You are now live on Channel 8 and YouTube.
Good evening, 6:30 PM, March 23rd, 2026. I call the Select Board regular business meeting to order. Advisory Committee.
At this time, I'd like to call the advisory committee meeting to order.
At this time, if you are able, please join us, stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This meeting is being broadcast live on TCTV, Cable Station 8, and on the YouTube web platform. A recording will be available on TCTV YouTube channel after this meeting is over. Is anyone else recording this meeting? At this time, I would ask everyone to please silence your phones. As a reminder, public participation will be limited to citizen input, maximum 3 minutes per person, so as to be fair to all. This meeting is governed by the Massachusetts Open Meeting Law and Select Board Policy. This meeting is for the board to conduct its business. We have town employees, board members who need to be places in the morning, as well as residents who may be watching from home and who may lose interest in meetings going over 4 hours. Next item on the agenda is the approval of prior meeting minutes of March 7th, 2026, March 9th, 2026. This time I would move to approve the meeting minutes of March 7th, 2026 as presented.
Second.
I have a discussion.
You have a question?
Yes. First off, in the minutes, it must include according to our policy, it must list of all of the documents and other exhibitions used by the public body during the meeting. Documents and exhibits used at the meeting are part of the official record of the session, but do not need to be physically attached to the minutes. We don't have that. It also says that if one or more people are not present, that are in remotely, it needs to indicate it. It doesn't indicate that Rich, for emergency management was remotely done. The minutes are artificially possibly generated. They have not been gone through for foolproof for errors. In fact, there's quite a few errors. There's a Gilman way that happens in both sections of the minutes on both dates. Also, a resident's address is referred to wrong. I don't think we even have that number in our streets. And the minutes aren't very ADA compliant for spacing. I would hope that we could have it a little bit more pages in order to have better spacing. So these are my observations about some of the minutes. And I feel like it's just very artificial. It doesn't even seem like the select board was even at some of them in the Allbirds when all the departments came and talked to us. We're very much not referenced in the minutes. So it's just an observation I have on our minutes for both sets. And I don't feel like it according to our policy, it says should provide enough detail so that a member of the public who did not attend the meeting could read the minutes and understand what occurred and how the public body arrived at its decisions. But I was at the meeting and I read it and I just didn't feel like it was a good interpretation. Like I said, it's some kind of it felt like very artificial and it didn't cover a lot of, like, for instance, there's a section where the sewer department and them come. It doesn't talk about the light department being here. And the treasurer collector had a very good point to put out, and that was completely not obeyed in the minutes. But she really did hit some of the margins for the public, but it's not in the minutes that way. So I just wanted to point out my observations of the minutes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for the minutes. Hearing none. On the motion, how would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
No.
Ms. Basso?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Ms. Bennett is yes. The next item are the meeting minutes of March 9th, 2026. I would move to approve the meeting minutes of March 9th, 2026 as presented.
Second.
Any errors or entries with these minutes, other than it was already noted? Hearing none on the motion, how would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
No.
Ms. Basso?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Ms. Bennett is yes. Next item on the agenda is citizen input. Do we have anyone citizen input this evening? One person?
Two.
Two? Sir in the back? Mr. Counsel, come on up, please. How are you this evening?
Excuse me?
How are you doing this evening?
Fine, thank you. John Thomas. I did see that the warrant will close, that the warrant has closed today at noon time. If that means that the warrant has been determined, then whatever I'm gonna say is a moot point. If it means that the submission time has ended and decisions are not finalized, I would like to speak briefly. So is my, I would like to speak about the budget situation, and I am not up to date with all the details, but I do know a little bit about the big picture. And Proposition 2.5 seems like a great idea in that it limits our tax increases. However, when you have expenses that rise more than 2.5%, it restricts your ability to meet those costs. And when costs are rising more than 2.5% without an override, it's a losing proposition. And we all know there are many costs that are rising more than 2.5%. In the history of the town, I've seen many overrides fail. And I've heard that there's no appetite for tax increases. And I might be in the minority here, but I think it's the obligation to give voters a chance to decide. I think there ought to be a choice of, without an override, we get this level of services, and this will be what gets cut. With a reasonable override, whether that be $1 million, $1.5 million, whatever, this is what we can have. But I think voters ought to be given that choice, and the attitude of, well, we can't have a tax increase, we always vote it down. I'm not sure that's true, and I could be very incorrect there. Also in our history, we set a town budget, and then when there's not enough money, we say, oh, the school's got to get an override. Well, the community is responsible for the town services and our local education. We should have one override that covers both. I did look at the state website, and overrides can be specific, but they can also be general. I'd like to ask you to consider giving voters a choice and also trying to provide enough information so they can make an informed decision. I know everyone in this room is deeply involved with the budget and you understand it inside out. I don't, and many of my neighbors don't, and it's hard to get the information so that people can understand it all. I go to the grocery store. I don't like the prices, but I got to pay the price. Maybe the town has to look at it and say, we got to ante up or we're going to hit a downslide. Because when costs are going up and your revenue's not, you got to cut stuff. And I don't think Templeton has the excesses that we can just cut and try to make do. Thank you.
I can stop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
I live up on Caruth Road. Been there 40 years. Never called the police for the last 5 years. There've been speeders up there. I've repeatedly asked for speed limit signs. The police have done a good job, as far as I'm concerned. They put up speed limit signs last year, and someone on this committee told them to take it down. Now there's kids up and down that road, who ride bikes, people who walk their dogs. And I don't understand, why would you take speed limit signs down when there's none up there and put people in danger? They use it as a cutoff road now. Never had a problem until they built the plaza up there in Athol. People use as a cutoff road. They come up in Phillipson. It's twice as bad in the summer because they go down towards Queen Lake with boats on there, boats going 50 miles. I had to buy a radar gun. And I clock people every day going 45 miles an hour by my house. And there's several houses that are 20 feet off the road. If any one of you had someone going by your house at 45 miles an hour, 20 feet from the road, you'd want something done about it. So I'm hoping they'll put speed limit signs back up there. I've called the police, never called them 35 years. Last 5 years, I probably called them a couple dozen times. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any further citizen input? Nothing? Next item on the agenda. Town Administrator, you have anything this evening?
Yes, quickly, because we got a big agenda. It wasn't. Just a couple things. Just so the board knows, we reposted Gilman Waite, RFP for the softball field work. We got only 1 or 2 responses and it was way over budget, so we had to repost that. And I just want to announce that Richard Hanks, our building inspector, is retiring as of April 1st, but he's retiring from his full-time job with another town. He'll still be on with us, slightly reduced hours, but they anticipate being able to get all the work done, so we don't anticipate seeing any change on that front. And so we're happy that he wants to continue on with us as sort of a partial retirement, I guess. So we're grateful for that. And that's it for my report today.
Thank you, Dave.
That's it? Thank you. No new employees to introduce to this evening? Nope. The next item up is appointments. We have, first one up is appointments of the Open Space Committee. Town meeting amended their vote. It's specified there's 5 members of the Open Space Committee. And CPC is looking at a grant, and they preferred to have the Open Space Committee active. So at this time, we have 5 people, Charles Carroll II from the Planning Board, Jerry Novak on Conservation, Joanne Burden, Kathleen Votor, and John Henshaw from CPC.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint them to the 1-year term to the Open Space Committee.
Second.
You can't do that. The town meeting vote is they are appointed yearly in June. So what we would have to do to follow the town meeting vote and the rules that are in place is to appoint members of the committee from now until June 30th. And then in June, when we do our annual appointments, we will reappoint them for the following fiscal year.
I make an amendment for the year-end term of June 30th, 2026. Would that be better?
I will second that with a friendly amendment.
Any discussion? Hearing none. On the motion for the appointments to the Open Space Committee, how would you vote? Mr. May?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Vasso?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
And the standard is yes. The next would be an appointment to the Cultural Council. These are appointments for 3 years on a staggered appointment. At this time, I would move to appoint Susan Coskin to the Cultural Council for a term of 3 years ending March 23rd, 2029. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. May, how would you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Vasso?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett is yes. Lastly, we have,
Mr. Chair, before you advance, I would also make a motion to appoint Carrie Novak to the Cultural Council with the same term ending 3 years. I'll second that.
any further discussion on that motion? How would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Vasso?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett is yes. Last point we have is for the advisory committee. We can appoint an individual until the adjournment of the annual town meeting. And then if the individual wishes to stay, he'll have to approach the town moderator. We have one person. At this time, I would move to appoint Lisa Pratt to the advisory committee for a term ending upon the adjournment of the May 2026 annual town meeting.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none on the motion, how would you vote, Mr. May?
No.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Vasso?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
I recuse.
Mr. Bennett is yes.
All right, ask you one quick question, Jeff. On Mr. Henshaw's application, because we did the other one, he has been library trustee.
He is currently a member of the library of trustees,
Okay.
and he's up for appointment in June.
Okay.
I checked with Jackie on that. when I
Alright.
saw that. Next up. Mr. Zlotnik, Senator Durant.
Good evening, everyone. We finally get together. I think it was canceled like 3 times.
It's
It's been a rough 2026, so far. So, but we're here. It's all good.
And Mother Nature's still playing games.
And Mother Nature is still having fun with us. So I'm very excited. Very excited for spring. So
Yeah, happy to be here. Sorry, I had to cancel the last one because I had, I think, the flu, I hope. But feeling mostly better now, so happy to be here tonight.
State budget, it's a good thing. I know the House one has been out. Isn't it?
Yeah, I'll
yep, let me speak to the House budget.
yeah. Well, so actually, the House budget hasn't come out yet. It's filed as H1 because it comes to the House first, but that is the governor's proposal. The House version of the budget will come out in a few weeks. I'm not necessarily anticipating any huge changes. I think there'll be some reductions from what the governor had filed and requested, reflecting kind of the changing budget landscape. Both the senator and I have been around long enough. We were first elected to the House back when there was the last recession. And so our first several budgets in the House were dicey. Mid-year cuts, unpredictable revenue. and not a lot of opportunities to say yes. I think in some ways we're headed back to that budget situation with one asterisk in that so far state revenues have been pretty healthy. January and February numbers beat projections, which is always good because that means the numbers that we based off, we know the numbers that we based the budget off last year are holding and don't require any mid-year cuts or any changes. But the reality is that I think we are headed in that direction. Not in the sense that revenue is declining, but in the sense that we're going to have to take some hard looks across the budget. And there's a few different factors for that. One, and kind of the first domino, if you will, were the tax cuts that the legislature passed that went into full effect last fiscal year. That was anywhere from 1.5 to $1.75 billion. And then over the last fiscal year, halfway through, because the federal fiscal year is not doesn't line up exactly with the state fiscal year, but between that fiscal year and this fiscal year, somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 billion in reduced spending. And then there's a potential for further state tax cuts that could be anywhere from $4 to $5 billion. So if you look at that over the last 6 or 7 fiscal years, that's approaching $10 billion in reductions, and increase in revenue is from the fair share amendment that has been some years almost $3 billion. So that's kind of the swings in and out that we're trying to contend with. I think the good thing is, and as it wasn't when we came in, is that the stabilization account for the state is very healthy, approaching $10 billion. I think we've been very good about putting money into the account, and I don't think we've made a single withdrawal in close to a decade at this point. So that puts us in pretty good shape, I think, to handle any speed bumps that would necessitate any kind of radical changes in the state budget. I think the one thing that certainly us as legislators need to prepare for, again, is the kind of the easy years of saying yes to things. I think that's done, quite frankly, and we need to take a hard look at a number of things. I will say the two big pots that I've been very concerned at, and I know the senator as well, and over the years we've both invested a lot of time, effort, and political capital to make these changes. I know they're of particular interest to the town. The first is the Chapter 70 formula, which we are almost through implementing the Student Opportunity Act, which was the first significant change made to that formula in just about 30 years from when it was first put in place in 1993. That resulted in, by the end of this, somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.5 billion in new funding into Chapter 70, along with a number of formulaic changes about where that funding goes. I think the conversation around what needs to be done next at the state level with that needs to start yesterday, but hopefully when the implementation period is done, the bill actually calls for us to review the formula again at that time. And I think it certainly calls for it. One of the things that a lot of rural reps, including myself, pushed for at the time was some kind of accounting for baseline funding. The Chapter 70 formula is built on a per pupil basis. So you get an amount of money based on how many students you have. The problem with that is that whether there's 10 kids in the classroom or 30 kids in the classroom, you have a lot of fixed cost. And that's really what's affecting a lot of rural districts in particular, a lot of regional districts, less affluent districts, and something I think we need to revisit as that formula comes up for further review. On the Chapter 90 side, one of the things that, again, us rural reps, and we do that through the Rural Caucus, have been fighting for many years, is to change that formula. It's a formula that's based on total number of jobs in a community, total number of road miles, and total population. Well, the communities that we represent tend to do very poorly in two of those categories compared to other parts of the state that can cash in on each portion of that formula. After many years of very little progress, making changes to that, as you can imagine, whenever you change a formula like this, there's always winners and losers. And so it's difficult to get the votes sometimes to make those changes. Last year, we were able to make a compromise where we kept the old formula for a portion of the funding. We added a considerable amount of new funding and emphasized road miles for the second part of that funding pool. That was kind of the compromise, so nobody got hurt by the change to the formula, but communities like ours and the ones that are across both our districts that tend to have a disproportionate amount of road miles are seeing more money from that. Now, just like with the SOA, I anticipate that's going to need to be defended because, again, as the budget crunch happens and it gets harder and harder to say yes, that's true for all our colleagues as well. So I anticipate as we kind of start the debate around that, we're going to have to defend that compromise again this year. And then, years going forward until we can get something that's, more permanent the way the original formula was. But I think those, for those of us out here, have to continue to be priorities. We saw a good jump in Chapter 90 funding last year because of that compromise. And so I think it's important that we continue that. The last thing I'll say, then I'll turn it over to the senator, is that last week the House passed and I expect the Senate to take it up sometime, probably in the next month or so. But a supplemental budget that, among other things, included some money for cities and towns for unexpected snow and ice costs, and then some money for school departments for an increase to the special ed circuit breaker, which is driving costs, and a couple other accounts in there as well. So the breakdowns of that haven't been determined yet, and obviously it has to go through the Senate. So at some point in the coming month and a half, those numbers will be finalized. So with that.
Yeah, so I think John hit all the salient points. Is I think one of the themes for this year, of course, is that it's a very fluid situation. As John mentioned, in years past, more recent years past, we've seen that the revenues have come in strong. The House, as you guys know, the House takes up their budget here in March, and the Senate gets the benefit of being able to wait until some of the tax revenues come in from April and see what those numbers start to look like. Historically, we see those numbers come in, it looks a little bit better, and we're able to add some things in there. We're not sure that's going to happen this year. And I know we say that every year because we want to be cautious about how we're budgeting and what we're trying to promise. But I think this is going to be one of those years in which we actually see that there's some real difficulties here that may or may not show up. In addition, as John mentioned, we've got a ballot question coming on in November to lower the income tax. That could be difficult going forward. I'm not saying whether I'm for or against it. That's not the point. But the point is that if it passes, it will certainly affect budgeting and how we allocate money throughout the state. So I think some of those things are important. John hit the points on Chapter 70 and Chapter 90. That's been a big issue for all of our towns. Every town in my district is in hold harmless. Every school district is. And so obviously that's something that we're working very, very diligently on. One of the things that I've been working a lot on, and that John knows about as well, is an issue here in central Massachusetts with crumbling foundations. We're getting really close to finalizing our report. I think it's going to be out by the end of this month. And we're actually hopeful, and I don't want to set too many high expectations, but we're really hopeful that we can actually get something done this year. We've been working with some of our House colleagues to see if we can't get something passed during the budget. It's going to be a little tight because it's turning out to be quite a complex piece of legislation, and And it's gonna be rather more encompassing than what we kind of were anticipating. But we've got some commitments from leadership that said that they want to make this move this year. And so we're really happy about that, happy that we can move that forward, because I think that's gonna affect a lot of people. It'll affect a lot of property taxes and property valuations here in central Massachusetts as a whole. So those are kind of the quick things, but yeah, John hit the nail on the head. It's a really interesting budget year, one that we haven't quite seen in a while, where we're going to have to kind of hold our breath for a little while to see how these revenue numbers come in. We don't like to get into a position where we saw this year and last year where the governor kind of holds off on any of those earmarks, holds off to see if she's going to decide to do some 9C cuts, and maybe we can release these, maybe we can't. So we want to be really diligent that the money that comes to the cities and towns actually comes here. So that's really the top of our mind right now.
And actually, the one thing I'll add, because so there's a good point with the crumbling foundations issue. It's a much more serious concern south of here, but over the last several years, we've seen more and more homes be affected by it at this end of the county.
Yeah.
And so if people are hearing that and don't know what it means, and you have a foundation that was poured anytime between 1960 and last year, it is something that you should probably read up on a little bit, because there's a chance that you could be affected by it. And I know that over the years, when we first started having these conversations, probably 10 years ago now, I had no affected homes that were known in my district. And over the years, I've seen more and more pins on that map. So if you don't know what we're talking about, I think it would behoove you to do some reading.
Yeah. And if you don't know what we're talking about, there's a mineral that's been found in concrete, and it's called pyrite. There's two types. There's pyrite, there's pyrite, but it's found in concrete, and over time it absorbs water and it expands, and it can take anywhere from 10 to 30 years to actually show itself. And what happens is your foundation literally starts to crumble. You'll have cracks in it. They'll start as small cracks, and you think, oh, this, there's nothing here. But pretty soon those cracks will start expanding. They'll continue to expand to the point where the only remedy is to actually raise your house off the foundation, jackhammer the entire foundation out, and put a whole new one in. That costs on average is to the homeowner approximately $200,000 to $250,000. And you can imagine a lot of people, that's their biggest life savings. That's the place where they have some equity. Sometimes they don't have enough equity. So it's a devastating situation. And we've seen homes up this way. And as John said, it started more down in the south. It started actually from a quarry in Connecticut, but it has since expanded up this way with quarries that we're still trying to identify. So it's a real issue for people. And it's one of those things that you kind of don't know. And I always, every time I go see one of these houses get lifted, or I see one of these foundations, I swear to God, I go down in my basement with a flashlight and I look to see if I get any cracks, because all I can imagine is that pit in your stomach when you see that crack and you think to yourself, what is this? But it's an issue that people do need to know about. And I do think that once we set this program up, which again, I'm really hopeful that's going to be this year, people are going to start coming out of the woodworks and say, hey, I think I might have that. Some of the bad things that actually happen are people who do their basements over, right? They'll put studs up and they'll sheetrock over it, so they won't actually see their foundation. We've been to homes where they notice that some of the molding pulls away from the wall and they can't figure it out until they cut a hole in the sheetrock and see that their foundation's actually bowing in, and it becomes a devastating issue. So it's something that, again, it's a little known, but it's gaining momentum in people knowing it, but it's going to be a devastating situation for us.
Like on the chapter 90 thing, we pay a fee to drive on the roads. It's just a fuel tax. I believe the 24 number was in the 700 million range collected in fuel tax. Why is that amount? And John, if you spoke to this before, it's bonded, which means it's borrowed. And why has it been stuck at $200 million for like a decade, except for like, I think one for
Yeah, and so last year it was higher, and yeah, you and I have talked about this at length, but so um in my opinion, the program is very poorly designed because it is bonded. And so the bonds are, I can't remember if they're 20 or 30-year bonds that 20.
Yeah.
So in all likelihood, like the road's going to need to be repaid before the bond is paid off. And that's kind of foundational with my issues with how this program works. And partly that's because when this program was first implemented 30 years ago, maybe longer, it wasn't designed for road paving. It was designed for communities to purchase equipment, right? So like you'd purchase a front end loader, you'd purchase a dump truck, something like that. Because of a number of factors, it has basically turned into, in many cases, the only source of paving money that a lot of municipalities have. And it's never been tweaked to adjust to that reality, right? The program is foundationally still the same. Even with the changes that we were able to negotiate in last year, I think that acknowledges that it's really a road paving program, but the foundations of the program haven't changed. And so because I don't think it should be a bonded program for something like this. I think similar to Chapter 70, I think we need to take into account a community's ability to pay. I think that's one of the key components to the Chapter 70 program. I think that should be in the Chapter 90 program as well, because it kind of galls me a little bit when I know all my communities struggle. And then when I'm driving to the State House, driving through communities that get a lot more in Chapter 90 in some cases than my entire district gets, and have very lovely roads because they are very affluent and are nowhere near their levy limit and all these other kind of issues, right? So, over the years, we've both supported increasing the number, making it a multi-year program. All those kind of things I think would improve it, right? Like approving 2 years of authorization at once, right? That would, even if the money was still given out on a yearly basis, then you could plan, right? But I will say, until we get to some of those foundational issues, which is the formula and the way it's funded, because quite frankly, again, what we were able to do last year, kind of splitting the pot in half and applying the formula differently to each half, that was the only way communities in my district are really going to make out, because the formula, I'll call it the old formula, we get such a meager amount that even if we went from 200 to 400, it really wouldn't make that much of a difference to us. But communities that were already making out like bandits would do even better, right? So, again, I think kind of step one is continuing to defend this this change in the formula and for the second pot of money. But I think we still have to keep up the effort to make these kind of foundational changes to the way the program works, because again, I think bonding it's bad. I think doing it on an annual basis is bad. And I think the way that we distribute the money is bad. Because it kind of, whether the money comes in this program or we have to put more money in the tip, the work needs to get done one way or the other. And it ends up being these kind of marginal situations that suffer the most, right? Roads that are tricky, that perhaps were not engineered as well as others, ones that don't have proper drainage, when they have too much growth, vegetation close to the road that cause freezing and thawing cycles more prevalent. All those kind of things happen because every community, well, I'll say most communities, certainly all the ones I represent, have to continually make tough choices every year about what gets done with that relatively limited funds. And obviously we know it well, kind of the process fighting to get a project on the tip isn't a perfect solution, because you have to get in line. There's a lot of competition to get on that list and get moved up that list. You can always get moved down that list. Like we've been working for the last couple of years to get the Otter River Bridge moved higher up that list. But the TIP program is subject to a bunch of other stipulations. There's federal rules that we have to comply with as well. So it gets really complicated. And like I said, we end up paying for it one way or another. So I think those really foundational changes we have to make in Chapter 90 are important. And honestly, I think they're more important than just pumping more money into it, because pumping more money into it in the old formula really doesn't benefit that much unless we can make those changes, for us anyway.
Mr. Mayor, do you have any questions for?
I'm just gonna go back to an oldie but a goodie. Do we ever foresee getting the transportation for our regional school covered 100%, like we were promised, what,
Yeah.
decades ago now? Yeah. I mean, that would be a huge start. It's something that the state's already promised us.
Yeah, that's, as you say, Bob, the state promise, right? That was part of becoming a regional school district, is we'll give you that regional school transportation, and of course, never really get there. Now, we've had success in getting to 90. Is that where we got the highest we've got
Yeah.
since we've been in office?
Yeah.
We've gotten to 90. I will tell you that, to be blunt, there are many people up there who worry about bringing it to 100%. Not because that's not what was promised to you, but they'll tell you that if a town doesn't have skin in the game, then the costs go out of control. I don't necessarily agree with that. You made a promise. That's the promise that you keep. So every year, I know John and I, and there's a number of colleagues, especially those with regional school districts, that push to get that number as high as we can. We've had success, obviously getting it to 90%. Other times we've had, there's been a failure where it gets down to 70% or less. So it's been difficult for us to get there, but that is something that we fight on an annual basis.
The one thing I'll add to that, and again, kind of getting back to like what are the root causes of this, and a little bit of a history lesson on this. So the rep who actually came up with this plan decades and decades ago was the rep for Fitchburg, which is not a regional district then and isn't now. And what was actually going on was that the state was assuming and somewhat planning that eventually everybody would be in a regional district. And that was the start of promising bonus aid and to cover the transportation costs at the time. It was assumed that, over time, it would just get kind of lumped into what the state pays for education. That didn't really turn out that way. And I actually think that's one of the big hurdles we have to not even getting to 100%, but maintaining north of 75%, because we've been in for years when it gets down to 50%.
Yeah.
And I think we need to go back to some of that original thinking. And I think we need to have a broader conversation about how do we address the transportation issue for everybody? Because I'll tell you that, I fought hard to get us up to above 75%. And then I hear from the superintendents in half of my district that don't get $1 in transportation costs because they're not part of a region, even though in some cases they travel more miles or have more ground to cover or things like that. And so I think what we need to adjust our focus on, because, again, in the era of yes is easy, more funding is readily available. I don't want to say it's been easy, but we've been able to make agreements and negotiate to get that number up and up. I think as those things get crunched, that's going to be one of the things that we get hit on. And the reality is that, typically, why does a school have a region? Why is it in a regional school? Less population, less densely populated. And the same is true for votes in the House and Senate. The number of votes that represent regional districts versus single municipality districts, right? And so, again, we're going to continue that fight to keep that number up there, but I think it is vulnerable. And I think we need to go back to that kind of what now has turned out to be a flawed prediction. And I think we need to have a serious conversation about the state taking a bigger role in paying for transportation costs for everybody, the same way we account for basically every other cost that goes into the schools. I think that would eliminate some of the political liability we face in just realistically not having the votes, because we need to constantly convince people who represent districts that don't get any money from this fund to vote to give us more money. So that is kind of the two pieces there that I see.
Thank you.
Yes, Grace?
So there's two things. One, the buses. I'll go back to the buses, talking about the buses. When you have businesses, when we go out to bid in our towns, there's a limited amount and they seem to be teaming up, almost like that Ma Bell mentality that we're seeing now. And it's driving the cost to our school districts because of the buses up, you know. Is there anything that in your end that you guys are doing anything or just addressing the issue that's becoming an issue now?
Yeah, so, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh. No, I don't believe this attorney general has picked it up, but actually when the governor was attorney general, she had made a couple of attempts to investigate the bus companies for an illegal trust, which is what a lot of people speculate is going on. Because I hear this from, and I'm sure you do too.
Everyone.
Everybody says we got one, we got one bid, and then sometimes you get one bid, and the other one's completely ridiculous, just to kind of check the box that there was another bid. And I think that goes back to, in addition to funding, I think the state has to play a larger role in the procurement of that and the contracts piece for that, because towns are behind the 8 ball when it comes to fighting those companies. You don't have the resources, you don't even have the time. So I think in addition to looking at those side the funding side of the issue, I think, and I really think it'd be the attorney general who has the team. But I think that's something that needs to be done.
And the other thing is, people voted for the millionaire's tax and it was sold to the public to help with our schools. But how come we're not seeing anything?
Well, actually, so the millionaire's tax was earmarked for two things: transportation and schools. And so we've gone through the process. You guys just took it up. We'll be taking that up in a supplemental budget that comes up to try to allocate where it goes. I think a lot of us expected a couple of things, which was, first of all, that it would come right back down to the local school districts. But a lot of it went to higher education. A lot of it went to community colleges, things that are going to not necessarily see on the local level like that. So that's a bit of a disappointment. And then I think one of the things that happens as well is I think sometimes there's a bit of a shell game, which is, well, we're going to, we have $100 million budget for education, making up the number. And this year we're going to be $50 million, but we'll take $50 million from the millionaire's tax. So there's a bit of a shell game that kind of goes on there with how that gets spent. That's something that we've been fighting against and trying to make sure that this money goes only towards above and beyond what normal spending would have been. So that's always a difficult part. But as we go through the process, now this is the second or third year.
I think at least the third.
Yeah. The third year in which we do go through the process of allocating that, and a lot of it goes towards transportation as well. And even within those categories, they're still a little bit kind of narrowly defined as to what education can be used for, what transportation can be used for. And so that's a long way probably to say that it's not always as simple as it looks, but we do work to push that money down to cities and towns.
We're all struggling in this area. We're struggling with our schools. Budget, the insurance costs are driving up the school costs.
Yeah.
And we have other factors with the pensions and stuff driving up the school costs. And you're seeing it all over the state. And I think people voted for that meals tax thinking it was gonna, that $1 million tax, they thought it was gonna help. And it's really disappointing that we don't see anything really, like you said, the higher educate there, we're not seeing it on the lower level. We're not seeing it to help our kindergartners, our first, our second, our high school levels.
So I will say one of the, I think, problems with the way the ballot question was written, and the senator alluded to it when he said it couldn't be for anything. It had to be everything that was over and above. So it basically means we can't put it into Chapter 7 because we were already committed to doing Chapter 7. So one of the only ways that money from the millionaire's tax has found its way into K-12 schools is the breakfast and lunch program. That comes out of the millionaire's tax. There are some supplemental grant programs, and like I referenced earlier, we put some more money into special ed circuit breaker. I think special ed transportation was another one. But the over and above clause was something that was put in intentional, and the idea was that, the billions of dollars that go into Chapter 70. The proponents of the question didn't want to just see the millionaire's tax basically knock out a chunk of that funding, and then that funding goes someplace else. But that has created a little bit of a complication because finding ways to comply with that piece and make sure money actually goes into money goes into the classroom in a Candace district isn't that cut and dry. So like the programming and the different things that are supported out of the millionaire's tax are brand new things, not supplementing or replacing funding that was out of place.
I think too, one of the frustrating things for me has been, even as it was being proposed, everybody kind of jumped on board and said, this is great. We can spend it on A, B, C, and D. And everybody had different projects. And if you added all those up, it was 10 times what the tax was going to bring in to begin with. So you had these competing interests that had all spent this 10 ways to Sunday in ways that maybe don't fit our priorities out here. And John alludes to it a number of times is as we get to the districts out west that are more rural, we have such different unique needs than some of those inside 128 or even 495. And so those are some of the difficulties that we see is there's just so many competing interests there, and everybody wants their little piece of the pie when all of a sudden that pie's been split, and instead of 8 ways, it's been split, 32 ways.
Now the state, don't we get federal money to help with the food programs in our states? We don't get any.
No, so we used to. So how the free there was free breakfast that was much more universal, and then there were some districts that qualified for the free lunch program. A lot of that funding was, I'll say there were parts of that funding that had existed for, I remember it being when I was a kid, so it's been for decades. But then there was a huge amount of funding that was pumped into it in early 2020, 2021, and by 2022, it was sort of ratcheted down because some of that was COVID relief spending that was done to prop up farms and other things. There was a lot of money going in those directions. So I don't know. I'd have to look into it, but I know a lot of that money was ratcheted back years ago in terms of like the raw dollar amount. But it doesn't come close to covering that whole bill, in part because now it's universal. So the bill is about $300 million a year for universal school meals. I'd have to check to see if there's any federal funding that supports a piece of that, but it wouldn't come close to the whole amount.
That everybody gets free lunch. We don't.
Correct.
Yes, across the board, regardless of what your family's income is.
Yeah,
anymore.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So mine's in a different direction, not schools so much. So you were talking about the pyrite and the foundations, the concrete and everything. So is there going to be any kind of program for like bridge specific with the concrete, the pyrite and concrete that is causing the concrete to fail in the bridges? That's not so much Chapter 90.
So we have a bridge replacement program. DOT will tell you, and this is a kind of an ongoing thing that concrete used in roadway projects don't have this problem. Because of the way they mix it, they had chemicals that are supposed to neutralize that.
Okay.
Now I also have been told that if you happen to go down a road and see see the Jersey barriers and you see them flaking off on the bottom and they all look, that's pyrite. That's where they didn't mix it properly. But DOT has explicitly told us over and over that their projects use a mix that costs a lot more, but it's specific so that it's neutral and doesn't have that problem.
So what about the older bridges though is my thing. Like you mentioned the Outer River Bridge, that one's old, and that's been on the Chapter 90 list for quite some time.
Well, so Not every time concrete crumbles is it the result of these minerals. And so there's actually a very interesting case. It's one of the largest federal settlements in history. It comes from the Big Dig. And it was dealing with the way that concrete is used, in that case, in walls that built the tunnels that eventually failed. What fundamentally does make the process different, because I think we tend to think of concrete as like you mix some sand and water and you get this magical material, but it's a very complicated chemical process, and it is much more strictly and tightly controlled when it's in large construction, or bridges, tunnels, things like that. Especially after that case with the Big Dig, that's and I don't know for certain that it's never been an issue. But what we've heard, what we've been told for years from MassDOT is that's why that doesn't happen. Because we've asked that question. We're like, well, we've been pouring concrete in giant buildings, tunnels, roads, bridges, everything. Why isn't all this stuff falling apart? And that's part of the reason. The amount of water that's added to the mix tends to be higher in single family construction. Again, because it's not as tightly controlled, so there might be reasons for you to do that. So that's, it's a little bit more complicated than it is on the single family residential piece.
No, I agree. But so the bridges that are failing, we have multiple that are in rough shape, really rough shape, that might not qualify for the small bridge program, or there's different reasons.
Right, they don't. They're just a little too big.
Yeah, so I mean, part of it is, when we started the small bridge program back in 2016 or thereabouts.
In that neighborhood.
Yeah. It started as a very modest program. It was only $10 or $20 million. And, I'll say this, that sometimes it wasn't necessarily about tackling the whole problem, but it was about starting to cross some of these off the list. Where these other things will get fixed is through the TIP program and making sure that more funding goes to that. I don't think it necessarily needs to be a new program, but it's about making sure that that's funded. Now, I will say the one asterisk there with the TIP program, and this is the issue we have in Otter River, is that for the last 10 years or so, we do get quite a bit of infrastructure money from the federal government. And over time, there's more and more strings attached to that. And one of the reasons why we've struggled to get TIP funding for the bridge in Otter River is that it doesn't check off enough of these boxes that the federal government has said, if you want to use this money, if you want to take this money for transportation projects, you need to spend it following this kind of scheme. And that bridge doesn't fit into that neatly. So, it gets a little bit further down the list than other bridges. And unfortunately, especially in this part of the state, we're in no shortage of old bridges that need repairs. So the bill for all of that is pretty substantial. And even though, it's probably something like between the small bridge program and the TIP program, even in just our region, you're talking about well over $100 million a year. But the backlog is pretty severe. So that's the.
So if we were to shut this bridge down completely and reroute traffic to go around, it would be what, a 15-minute detour?
Oh, yeah, at least, yeah.
As far as emergency services, there's a business right on the other side of the bridge, and it's a pretty imperative, for safety reasons and and everything that we get it fixed. Now, one way that we would be able to push the progress and being able to do this?
Well, I mean, so I'll say that this has been our top priority as far as capital projects for the town for the last, since I inherited the town in 22. And, unfortunately, so I think there's kind of two pieces. One, I'll say the town has done just about everything they can. The plans that have been done, the whatever 90% of, I forget the engineering term, but we've already kind of cleared that hurdle. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do except keep chipping down the list, which I will say, the big infrastructure bill that the federal government passed a few years ago has helped with that. That was the first real injection of federal dollars for projects like this in a very long time. But there's a huge list, right? Like even just in my district, I bet I have probably close to 10 bridges like that are in imminent need of multi-million-dollar repairs. And I have several that are closed and have been closed for years, waiting for this. And just because every time a bridge gets added to that list and they're assessed for a number of different things to see where they get, where they get thrown on that list. But again, we're talking about digging out of a backlog that really at this point is decades old.
And a lot of it too, if you end up on the tip for bridge repair, is this on it? Is this a tip?
It is.
It is, okay.
Yeah.
And have they given a date for the repair? Do we know?
2028, I
Okay.
think was yeah, I'd have to look it up, but
All right.
Yeah.
It is John knows, the tip is something that actually takes a lot of active management. And as John had mentioned earlier, you really got to keep on it because it's hard to move up it, but it's really easy to move down. And all of a sudden, and I always tell the story of quite a long time ago where I was attending a SIT meeting. And it was a road, I was a selectman at the time in Spencer. It was a road in Spencer. And I kid you not, I was there to make sure that we stayed where in our place. And they brought up the project on the screen. It was a room full of people, probably maybe twice as many as this. And they said, Spencer, they said, well, nobody's here from Spencer, so we'll just move that along. And I said, whoa. I said, I'm here, and we're ready. We're 75% designed. We're ready to go. And I kid you not, he said, oh, he goes, well, where are we gonna get the money? He says, well, he says, anybody here from Worcester? And nobody raised their hand. He goes, well, why don't we take it from that project over there? And I love, the point of the matter is that you have to make sure that you're on top of that list because it will move if you don't continue to stay on top of it, continue to stay where we're at 75% or 90% design approval. We're ready to go, shovels in the ground.
which I will say, I mean, we're doing our diligence to make sure that, we routinely meet with MassDOT on these kind of things. Don't tell the other bridges in my district, but this is
Yeah.
the top of my list for my priority, what I give to MassDOT. I'll just throw out there too that, for decades, my grandfather used to walk over this bridge twice a day to get to and from the paper mill where he worked. So I fully understand, its importance.
Can I just say that if that bridge closes and fails, it will be pressure on an older bridge. And we're gonna be, it's gonna be devastating for the town. I don't know if that makes a difference, but I had read somewhere that it makes, that on other, like Fitchburg and different projects back in the past, it did make a difference. If that fails, it's not just inconveniencing someone to go longer, it's going to put pressure on another bridge that isn't that young either. And that's what I think our town is, our biggest fear is that we lose Ottawa River Bridge and it's gonna put more pressure on our other bridges. And we even have like, I don't know which one it is, we have one with a jack on it, that someone just pointed out recently. So, I mean, that's why our main concern is what will it do to our other bridges, bringing traffic through them more, and it's scary to think about the prospects of that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think this goes back to the point where you said that maybe more funding needs to be put into the tip. Because the Royalston Road project, which is a big thing that they've been working on since, 2012, I think. And the town was pretty much on top of it. And even that got pushed back, or it's about to be pushed back another couple of years. So, I think Templeton kind of keeps getting the short end of the stick when it comes to the tip program. And so maybe funding is part of the solution.
I mean, funding is definitely part of it. And another part, and especially for the tip, we don't really have that much control over the rules that govern how you get ranked, because of the federal funding component. Because I wish I could remember there's something about this project. I have to look it up to remember. There's one thing that it loses a ton of points because of this requirement. I can't remember it. But those are the kind of things that we're up against when it comes to some of those things, and some of it is out of our hand. I agree. I mean, I think, more funding is the answer to everything, right? But I think in terms of this, and I don't mean to keep harping on this, but prior to whatever it was 4 years ago, it really was a meager amount that got put towards these things. this region is, no shortage of bridges over little creeks, right? And all my life, there's been bridge detours. And so it is going to take some time to dig out of that hole, because you're not just talking about, oh, there's this one bridge here, it's kind of an anomaly. I mean, it is pretty routine when we have conversations about capital improvements that these bridges that are, too expensive for the municipality to realistically be able to afford, not such a big deal that it's this huge project that's going to get pushed to the front of the line. And the small bridge program with the arbitrary, footage, I had made the suggestion years ago that we should, go out there with like a different tape measure, to squeak it under the limit so that we could apply for it. But like that kind of, and that was, and I give, it was actually Karen Polito when she was lieutenant governor who came up with that idea. And I gave her a lot of credit because it really did fit this kind of niche. But the reality is, in the 10 years or so that we've had that program, it's done a lot of good. It's funded a lot of bridge repairs, but you almost need kind of an intermediary one where is that one 20 feet or 25 feet?
20 feet.
20 feet. So that really only covers your like really small bridges. There's kind of this gap now that's forming as, bigger bridges tend to get picked up by federal spending because they tend to carry more load, or they tend to be
Better for photo ops?
Huh?
Better for photo ops.
I actually don't really care for photos.
Not you, not you. I
Yeah,
meant,
yeah.
the big wigs.
But that's the thing. So I mean, like, exactly. But I mean, you're not going to see. I can't remember the name of the bridge in Kentucky, but Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden went out there for a ribbon cutting for this massive, gantry bridge. That's not the case with these little guys. Despite being really important, they just don't seem to fit into what we have going.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Duff?
Yep. Sadly, to your point, Representative Zlotnik, it's to this whole region. We're too small to be big. We're too big to be small. And that seems to be the catch-all phrase. I'm not going to beleague any of the points we've brought up. And I want to bring something, I'll take it offline with both of you gentlemen. I heard some discussions earlier, some of the tax relief discussions and some thoughts, the circuit breaker, et cetera, for the seniors. I have some language from another state. I'll send it to you guys offline, some thoughts, some things we can do, not only for our own community here, but for the whole region to help our seniors.
Yeah.
And some ideas. I'm not saying it's a one size fits all, but it's something I think could help.
Which actually, since you brought it up, and it is tax season, the senior circuit breaker is something that is not really taken advantage of nearly as much as it should be. We do some work to try and promote it, but we kind of we'll put some flyers out at senior centers and things like that to try and make people aware. But it is something that a lot of people who qualify for it, because it is means tested, but a lot of people who qualify don't, I think, even know about it. So it is something that, and it also importantly, because I get this question a lot, it doesn't hurt the municipality at all, because the taxes that are defrayed, because it goes against a senior's property taxes. But that money is recouped dollar for dollar by the town from a state fund. So there's no downside to people in town applying for it. It doesn't hurt the local budget because that money is replaced by the state.
Thank you.
From the advisory committee?
Hi, I'm Jackie Mack. I'm the new advisory committee chair. You spoke with Mr. Francis tonight, who was here before me. I'm sure my committee has tons of questions, but in an effort to, unfortunately, there are several people here and we only have so many hours in our day. Would it be possible for you to attend one of our meetings, or is that totally not something you don't want to do?
No, happy to do it. Yeah.
Our next meeting would be April 16th. If you could put that in your calendar, or maybe to come, because I do know I could see everyone's energy on this side of the table, that there's a lot of questions, but I also see the energy over here. There's a lot. 6:30. And we could talk for hours there. And we would love to.
Brace yourself.
It's right here.
Hydrate.
Bring snacks. We like snacks.
Jackie, I just want to commend you on your brilliant decision making, and
40-minute meetings, thank you.
It's like, phew.
I'm like, I see them all and I'm like, let's just see if they'll come back another day. Yes, thank you very
We're
much.
happy to do that.
Yes, we really appreciate that.
I have one question, probably can't answer it tonight, but it's just a thing that I see a lot of. Snowstorms, daytime, nighttime, just nuts. And it, Cambridge and Boston want them fine, but e-bikes. Do 30, 40 miles an hour, or something, I see people fly on.
Yeah.
Is there any inkling in the legislature to treat them as a motorcycle? So there's an age limit, helmet, license, insurance, get inspected. 'Cause they.
Honestly, I have to look up what the regs are, because I think if I recall correctly, it's by the maximum
By
speed that
yeah.
can be attained.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
how it's done now.
That's what I was thinking.
I'd have to look at the law to comment on it.
Yeah, it does, and again, I agree. I don't know what that speed is, but there's a speed threshold
Yeah.
of when it crosses the line.
Yeah, that's how it's set now. I have to research more into it to see how it's really handled.
There's some of it in the chapter 90 law, Mass General Law, chapter 90, but, again, it's just something that, like I said, I see a lot, and especially in bad weather, but day and night, it doesn't matter where, in the center of Gardner, Richmond, and the town. One place I don't see them is on Route 2. I mean, you see.
Yeah, I did one night.
They just drive like. They just drive like.
Yeah, I don't really have too much to say. I can make a note and talk to you again about it.
The other thing, and I'm just starting to look into this, is we have a lot of mandates that come down from the state. And there is a state law regarding mandates and funding. That and the prevailing wage thing, it kills us. Because the legislature will throw all this stuff on all these towns out here. That we find a reason it might be affect somebody there, but out here, and there's no money to follow. So you have to do all this stuff, jump through all these hoops. Where's the funding from the state to back up all the things they force us to do, like bus students and things like that? It's I know you have, it's just not up to you too. You have a bunch of people to deal with and all these of the state and.
Yeah, and I think there's been a push to increase that threshold of when you have to, bid it out to 3 and use prevailing wages and things of that nature. So I think there is a push to do that as well. And of course, the auditor, whether it was Suzanne Bump back a few years ago or current one, Diana Tizoglio, every now and then they'll come forward and they'll do an audit and they'll say, hey, this is an unfunded mandate. This needs to be paid for. Then it's up to the legislature as a whole to decide, yeah, okay, well, I guess we better pay for it.
I remember Suzanne Bump, she did a big thing on school funding.
Yeah.
And especially regional stuff.
Yep.
But doesn't seem like.
Well, I mean, I will say that because I remember that report in particular. I was on the ed committee at the time, and I will say that was one of the tools that we used in the SOA, which has pumped a lot more money in. So it's just like anything we do, it's can you cobble together the votes for it, and that is, that shifts over time, and that depends on the issue.
And I will just close out to point out that we talked about bridges in chapter 90 funding and the tip list and things like that. There was a bridge in your hometown of Gardner. It goes over railroad tracks up on Pleasant Street. That's a federal thing. And that was closed for at least 5 years more.
Yeah.
So it's. When they say that they try to work with the money that's tossed around here, because I've been at meetings on the tip list and. Yeah, I'm here for pushing for Rolston Road and they kick it down the road, kick it back, a year. But, but I mean, to your point about it's the funding and the process and all of that, I mean, That's a federal issue railroad, and it was still closed. Yeah.
Actually, the railroad made it a lot more complicated,
Yeah.
because the railroad fought us on every stage of it. Extended that project out quite a bit.
Even that was extended up. With that, gentlemen, appreciate your time. I know it's
Thank you.
tough getting together. So,
Yeah. We appreciate your flexibility with the scheduling. Yeah.
Look forward to seeing you next month.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Next item up is police department, project presentation.
Can I make a suggestion too? Just, it's up to the committees if you want to do it this way. Instead of the chief, doing an overview, you've all had time to read it. Do you want to guide the chief to your questions? That way we save a little time on the front end, or it's up to you. Or do you want him to go through it all and then you ask questions?
Fine traditionally.
Your wife.
It's pretty much it's all driven by the CBAs. Yeah.
True. So basically just go through it like we do every year and go from there. So, good evening, everyone. First up is 5,100 personnel. As you will see, bottom line is 1,921,901. Yes, that's a number that jumps out at you. However, if you look back, originally requested budget for FY 26 was 1.6. It was cut by $96,000. So from that budget to this budget, and this budget also reflects 2 years of a collective bargaining agreement that was not in the FY 26 budget, which is you're seeing fully affected in the FY 27 budget. So having said that, do we have any questions?
How much money did you give back last year?
I don't know. You'd have to tell me.
38,000.
38,000.
Yes.
So you cut roughly, you said 90,000 from, or was cut from the FY 26.
Yep.
And you gave back 38,000, which is $128,000, right? Yet you want to increase this budget significantly more than that, to the point of 22.7% over year.
Okay, so
So it just,
and I gave back $38,000. That wasn't even one payroll period worth of money. Our payroll period is $54,585. That wasn't even one payroll period. I had an individual in the academy that cannot take shifts, and that was open shifts. I've been telling this board for the last numerous years, 3 to 4 at least, that I cannot fill my part-time shifts. So I had part-time shifts for a week that were going unfilled. I had also a midnight shift going unfilled. Math adds up very easy. That's $38,000.
Is the $54,000 include the new employees? Is that?
New employees? I don't have any new employees.
Didn't they just?
Part-timers?
I think she saw, yeah, I think you're talking about the per diem dispatchers. So that doesn't,
No. Didn't they hire a new dispatcher?
No.
no, those are just per diem.
Okay, and you just hired a new officer full-time, Smith,
Not just.
within the last.
March
What are-
3rd of 2025.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Couple things, Chief.
Yes.
Couple real simple ones. First one, real simple. Your pay, is higher than contract by $498.
My pay?
Yep.
No, if you do the math, that's right there in front of you.
Yeah, but your pay in the agreement.
Mr. May, you have to take my hourly agreement, which is $58.17, and times that by 40 by 52.2. That's your extra money.
Well,
2.2,
I do understand, but I don't understand how we have a contract of 121.
because the contract is based off 52 weeks. This is based off of 52.2.
Okay.
Okay.
that answers the question.
Thank you.
All right. Second thing, on the FY 26 budget, we have 10 officers, and on the FY 27, we have 11.
That is correct.
Okay. You said it changed in 25. Well, just what you just said here, I
Yep.
missed what you said.
Yep.
So that 11th officer is an officer who has.
No. That 11th officer, and I've told you this for the past 3 years, that we don't have any part-timers left.
Right.
I told you this time was coming. I've told you for 3 years this time was coming. That part-timers no longer exist. They are a unicorn. We have 3 left. We used to carry 10. I used to have to drive them away with a pitchfork. I can't get them. They're not coming through the door. We posted, and comments on our post was, I'm not doing that job for that kind of money. So I told you at my last quarterly that I was going to put a full-time guy in to take that position. Now that full-time guy is roughly, go across 64. Those shifts were roughly around, I had it figured out, 49, 48. So there's less than a $20,000 difference there. The difference here is that this funds those shifts, and now we're not going to have open shifts like we have. Just Thursday night, last week, we had to go down to 1 guy because we couldn't fill the shift. It was a part-time shift that the guy called out of.
Okay. Next question.
Yes.
You have some items, and they just don't make sense to me numerically.
Yep.
If you go down to from holiday pay, police dispatch.
Yes.
That's got a 31.9% increase.
Yep.
The training, police dispatch, that's got a 28% increase. The vacation, got a 20% increase. Sick leave's got a 24.1% increase. Personnel, well leave, 37%. And what I'm getting at is the numbers don't seem to be consistent.
So
That's what's kind of
all the numbers, there's 31 out of 34 lines on this page, which are specifically dictated by either contracts or MPTC or post requirements, meaning that we are required by state law to have these mandates. So when you factor out, you take the specific line item, for example, vacation time. Add up all the vacation time from all the officers. It's 214 days times 8 times 56.92, which is the average overtime rate, gives you 97,447. It's simple math.
But you're already paying for them through you've already budgeted for their full-time pay.
Who do you think works their shifts when they're not there?
This is overtime
This is
pay to
overtime,
cover
backfill.
vacation. Overtime pay to cover vacations.
To cover the
Yep.
vacations.
Yes.
Right, but I'm seeing under vacation, backfill, police and dispatch, seeing 165, if I'm not mistaken.
For vacation,
For vacations.
it's 137. So
Did that get reduced?
no, there's more when it comes to that. The officers get to carry over 1 week for a total of 4 weeks in a year. You have to factor that in. For vacation carryover.
So that's why you're saying that the contract is why these numbers don't go up uniformly.
They can't,
with
yeah,
the
they
increase.
can't go up uniformly because there's different factors on how you figure it out. Because you got the vacation carryover.
Plus, in addition to that, Mr. May, you're talking about an 8% increase for the officers in FY 27.
I do understand that.
Yeah.
I do understand that. But that would bring a consistent increase. You know, just the 8% would give you a consistent increase.
Well, there was zero
The
in
other
the,
factors that.
yeah, 0 in the first year, 8 in the second year though.
Right, but this.
So
So
that's the
8.
difference.
That's all, I mean.
Can we go back to your part-time, you couldn't get anybody to come in? my memory may be off here, so bear with me.
Yes.
The hourly rate that you were offering for a part-time officer was $20 an hour, was that right?
22.
22. And the step 3 officer in here is 3077. I'm gonna make the same basic suggestion to you that I made to the fire department, which was that to pay for some of these folks that, don't want to come in for shifts or for, on an on-call basis for fire. Why, is there a reason why you're not looking at using whatever the base pay is for that step, right? And include some of the benefits and stuff to make it more advantageous to the individuals.
So
So instead of using the overtime pay at time and a half, you add in, you'd be saving at least 20 to 30%.
So first off, I can't offer the part-timers their shifts as by contract, goes to full-time officers first, unless it's a part-timer shift. 2, I do not dictate part-time officers' pay. That comes from the town administrator or the town themselves, whatever they're gonna give non-union employees. I don't dictate that. That number's always been there. I had nothing to do with it. Would I like to see it equal to what a first step officer is? Absolutely. Then you come into the second factor where it doesn't really matter anymore now, because I don't have any part-time officers because there's none out there. For you to become a part-time officer, if you just wanted to do it off the street, you would have to go to a full-time academy. Before, we used to have a part-time academy, which was scaled back a little, but you still got the same gist of training. You don't have that anymore. Nobody is going to the full-time academy to work part-time. And if they do have the full-time academy, they're going to another city or town to work full-time. And after, unfortunately, how the media and news outlets vilified law enforcement, nobody wants to get into this field in the first place.
So that's one big difference between police and fires is the post law where you have to go to the full-time academy now to do any sort of police work in Massachusetts.
Okay. Well, this is why I'm asking the question.
Absolutely.
Just so everybody.
Sorry, Liz.
No, it's okay.
I see Mr. Bliss is leaving.
That's not confirmed yet, so that would be another issue when you look at.
That's what I'm asking
Yeah.
about. So if you're gonna replace him, are you gonna replace the officer? You gonna replace his position? How are you gonna do it?
You have to replace him.
Yeah.
But I would also have to hire a new officer. So I would have to hire a new officer and promote from within. Now, this is another issue that we're talking about. So if you look at training, okay? Last year when my budget got cut, all we did was the required training by law. I had no money. Nobody went to specialized training. Okay, that was one of the things I cut out in order to make my budget work for this year. So if I have Sergeant Fliss that's leaving, how do I train the officer to take his position? Because that's specialized training and it's by law. If we do not meet the certification process by post, and it's right here, first time you don't meet certification, it's a 90-day suspension. What does that mean? For 90 days, you have the opportunity to get the training. After the 90 days, if you do not have the training, your certification gets suspended. What does that mean? That means I go down another officer. He can't work. That's what I'm up against right now. I know everyone sits there and says the police department has all this huge budget and it's all padded. I can show you all the numbers. It's not padded, and the mandates we have are real. This isn't 1960 anymore. This isn't Mayberry. I have to abide by standards.
I don't want him to leave. I'd rather.
I'd
have him stay.
rather him
I
not leave,
appreciate
trust
him,
me.
you know, he's done a good job,
So,
but I wouldn't stop it from.
do we have any other questions on personnel?
Yeah, the
Yes, yep.
EMD stipends, is that emergency medical
dispatchers, yep.
dispatch?
Yep.
Oh, that's dispatch. That's not.
Yeah, because when I took over, I did away. We're not separate. We're the Templeton Police Department, police and dispatcher together.
Okay, and do they still get paid for for first responder? They're at one point, and I haven't been able to find it, so it may not be there anymore. At one point, that pre-COVID, officer, you would not only get an ambulance if you had a medical emergency, you also got a cruiser.
Well, you get that now.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, you do not.
Mr. May? What did you have show up at your house when you had, or your father? Wasn't there a cruiser got there first? Yeah.
I have not had a cruiser in
so no-
3 years at my house for an ambulance.
Guarantee you that the cruisers aren't responding to all ambulance calls.
Not to my house, they haven't.
There might be other circumstances that are coming up
Yeah.
because
That's why I'm asking the
Yeah.
question. It's because they have not been coming.
yeah, we do not have, I believe at one time we had a stipend for AED.
Mhm.
But I believe that went to the wayside.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep, no problem. Do we?
No more stuff. No more stuff on that.
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, go on. Okay. Employee support. Half of this section is dictated by either CBAs or contractual. So I know there's obvious questions here, so shoot.
I have a question. We have $1,200 for part-time officers that we don't have listed on the front side of the sheet. In the employees.
We can reduce that number. That was, I've lost, since doing this, I've lost officers.
Yeah, okay.
So
I just
that
wondered,
is-
'cause, you know, there's no part-time officers on the
And we-
F-5100, so.
And we did keep the ad up. I was just dealing with it. And then I just informed Jill to take it down because most area towns around us aren't hiring any more part-time officers because of the training requirements that go along with it. So if I have to sit here and train this part-time officer to the level of a full-time officer, and then he ups and leaves us, I just wasted a lot of money. So we are actually cutting them out of the budget or out of our department, basically. Once these three are done, we won't have part-timers anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Question number 2 for me?
Yes.
Dispatch allowance part-time. I don't know if it's in the new contract, because I haven't seen it all that often.
Yep.
But in the old contract, it says nothing about part-time. It just says full-time,
That is correct.
so I'm just wondering.
As chief, I put it in there because you have to supply them some uniforms. That's very basic minimum, 250 for a year. So
Yeah,
that's why
I'm
it's in there.
Not saying about the amount, I'm just saying that it's, you know, not part of the
And we
the
currently,
contract, the way it was worded, so.
have 3. We just brought on, Ms. Culver brought it up that we had some hire. We did hire 2. And I'm very happy that we got these 2 because they are trained, they have previous experience. So they should work out pretty well.
You rotate them across the 24 hours that you.
On the 24 hours that we have, yeah. And if we want to bring that up at another time, we can bring that up now or later, but that training period right there is essential because if you've ever been in dispatch and see these, well, there's 3 guys, but to see them work, I am telling you, it's the calls they get and the multitasking they have to do is just beyond me.
Hmm.
I dispatched for a little while and it's, I'll go back in the car. So, yes, yes.
What kind of uniforms are they wearing?
They wear polo shirts that say they can either wear Templeton Police, but they also have their Templeton RECC shirts. So they wear polo shirts. I do not allow jeans in dispatch center, so they have to wear some sort of slacks. In the wintertime, depending on weather, they're authorized to wear a sweatshirt or a sweater of that nature. So, I mean, $250 nowadays doesn't last. And then if you get the embroidery on it, that's even more. That's like $25 a shirt just to have it embroidered. So
Jeans in bulk
embroidery shirts?
If we can, we'll do an order for everybody, but I can't dictate to them on, like, if I do a bulk order, what happens?
Well, I mean, if we're paying for the uniforms, but you gotta have 10,
Yeah,
20
so,
big ones and.
so the non-union, I can do that. Okay, I could. For the union employees, that's a benefit that they negotiated. That's in their contract. Okay, that's nothing that anybody here has a right to dictate what they can and can't buy. That was a negotiated thing, and I know it's gonna come up because quite frankly, we know what everybody posts on social media. We're not oblivious, okay? If someone in my department wants to buy a pair of socks, that's $100, they can buy a pair of socks, that's $100. If they want to buy 100 pairs of socks that are $1, they can. That's a benefit they negotiated. So,
Yeah, it's for a dollar amount and not
and not,
you
it's
know,
a dollar amount.
Yeah.
Now, if they come in their uniform, and I have done it and previous chiefs have done it, if their uniforms are not up to standard, I will make them buy new uniforms out of their own money. If they spend their money, their clothing allowance frivolously, I will make them buy uniforms and they will have them by the next year. So
Those were your undergarments.
I'm not, can it?
Can't go there these days.
Hi,
I'm not going there.
started that beautiful shade of red. She got you.
Yes, yes.
We'll get out of the underwear conversation.
Yeah.
The training fees, the 8,500, I'm assuming those are associated with the police department and dispatch
Yes.
and relate to the $63,000 you have in training on the previous.
For the specialized training.
Yeah.
That's not, there's fees associated with them.
Mhm.
Usually it's minimums like $395 per person per class. But that's just one. So,
And the last thing I have on the page is your training dues.
yes,
I looked and I know in the contract, we're required to cover you for the, was it local, mass and international?
yep.
And those are the three things that come up to 10.5 now?
So under professional development, town recognizes its obligation to the professional development of the chief of police and agrees that the chief of police shall be given adequate opportunities to develop his or her skills and abilities as a law enforcement administrator. Accordingly, the chief of police will be allowed to attend Massachusetts, New England, international training conferences each year without loss of vacation or leave, and will be reimbursed by the town for all expenses, including travel expenses incurred while traveling to aforementioned conferences with prior approval to town administrator. This also includes meals, it also Uber, whatever else. Town also agrees to pay for travel and subsistence expenses of the chief of police for short courses, institutions, seminars, and that of nature. Chief's reasonable judgment are necessary for his or her professional development. So basically, my training class, because I do not fall under the MPTC, I do not get covered for a lot of their training. My training class is $450 just for me to attend the class, for me to go to the class, because if you've ever tried to drive down Route 1 to be at a class for 7:30 in the morning is absolutely impossible. So there's 4 nights stay, that's $552. So there's $1,000 right there just to go to my training class every year. That covers approximately about 32 hours of my 40 hours mandatory. Then I have to do my legal update. Every other year I go to firearms training update. I didn't attend a mass conference this year. I did attend IACP, so I tried to restrict what I was doing. That was in turn me trying to save out of my account, that if I had to spend money for the officers, Now, there were some things that I had to pay for the officers to go to that got cut out, and I used my money to pay for that.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
All right, thank you.
yes.
So looking at that number, okay, your explanation makes sense that the number will be a little bit on the larger size than I would expect. But it never shows up in your, I never have a visible indication any place in any of the appropriate things of the benefit to the town. There's a benefit to you, right, to go to these trainings. But I never see anything in the weekly reports or in your quarterly reports saying, hey, I went here and learned this and brought it back to the town that benefited the town in such and such a way. Right. And so it's money that's being invested in you,
Yep.
right, as an individual that should also have benefit to the community. And it just seems like an awfully big number. you
Well,
know?
I'm not, it is a big number, and I'm not gonna lie that it's not a big number, but it's not. Excuse me?
What do you do with your training when you get it? You pass it on to the guy?
Has the town gotten a lawsuit in the 11 years that I've been chief?
Don't know. It's not public.
No, it hasn't from me. So,
But that's
help us
still that's not so you're
So
what you're
basically-
basically what you're saying, Chief, is that you go to this training so the town doesn't get sued. That's what you
part
just
of
said.
it. That's part of it. So when in law enforcement, there's basically two ways towns get lawsuits, okay? It's supervision and training, okay? Lack of supervision, lack of training. Those are the number 1 and 2 situations why city or town get jammed up, okay? Generally, all our officers, and I know the numbers are in there, all our officers are trained to the best level that I can provide, because that's training, okay? Supervision. All of us in the department, Sergeant Hall, Sergeant Fliss, and myself have all go to certified FBI leader trilogy leadership class. I have also attended the FBI National Academy. I go to the IACP. I get brought up to date on all the standards. I also sit on the executive board of the Massachusetts Chiefs of Police Association. I also sit on the executive board of the Central Mass Chiefs. So I am up to date on everything that's coming down the pipeline that we could get jammed up on. I'm always taking steps not to jam us up.
Well, it's more than just getting sued though, sir. It really is more than just getting sued. It is,
Yeah.
it's community policing. I personally don't see a lot of community policing going on.
Liz.
And, so
I've
I don't
explained-
mean to get into
okay.
an argument. I just
No,
want to
you're
understand.
sitting there saying you don't see a lot of community policing. I have been saying since 2014, we're operating with the same staffing. The same staffing for over 12 years.
And you don't necessarily need more staffing.
Oh, yeah, we do, to be able to meet the standards of the state and to provide community policing. I have 2 guys on the road. Okay, I saw a comment once. Hey, where's the officer when somebody's trying to go through a crosswalk on Baldwinville Road? There's only 2 guys on. There's 78 miles of road in town.
Mhm.
Where do you think the 2 guys are?
You don't want me to answer that question.
Oh, they're sitting at the police station. Okay, yeah, they're sitting at the police station because they had an OUI arrest that takes 6 hours. Okay.
Why can't you cover any of that stuff? Why?
With 2 guys?
No. So we're getting off track. I understand you answered the question. I'm not happy with your answer. It is the answer. The other thing is your department issued cell phones
Yeah.
cost significantly more than other cell phones in the town of Templeton and the other departments. What is the difference with the cell phones for your staff compared to DPW?
Who in DPW has a phone? That's one thing. Do their entire? Okay.
I
What's-
think just the director.
Not their entire,
Well,
It's-
okay, I'll go
it's
to then, Council on Aging. There are four over there.
Okay,
You know, but there's because you've got a quantity of one for $8,600, not a quantity of 10, not a quantity of 5. It's a quantity of one.
yes.
So again, why? Because if you look at the budgets from department to department, there's there appears to be, help me understand here, a significant difference in the cost for your department versus others.
There's 17 devices under our policy.
17. Okay, that's a little
17
bit-
devices.
Those would be what, handheld and car modules.
That's for the MDTs, that's for 2 laptops, and then the rest are for officers.
That makes more sense.
Your math was wrong.
Excuse me?
Your quantity was wrong. That's
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that might need to be broken out into 2 line items if you want to see that detail, because I think
Air cards are on another page.
I'd be willing to bet the reason why he ended up going with 1 is because he probably has, it sounds like there's more than one thing in that line item that costs different amounts. So you couldn't have, so he would either have to break it out or leave it like it is.
And, okay,
But it wasn't explained.
no,
Well, he just did.
and he just did, and that's fine. But, look, I can only go with what's.
And the same for air,
Absolutely.
same for air cards. How many air cards do you have? I'm sure
That was what I just answered with the laptops and the cruisers.
there's a different line item for air cards.
Yes, because we never, all right, so what happened is we used to have a different carrier. We used to be under Verizon, and there used to be 2 different things. There used to be our cell phone, and then there used to be the air cards. And then when we switched, which we did a substantial savings going to FirstNet, they combined everything. So now everything is under one contract. And I apologize for being separated like that. We just haven't combined it all.
And the air cards are specifically for the laptops and
For
such.
the laptops and for the computers in the cars.
Got it. All right,
Okay.
that helps.
Yep.
Thank you.
My pleasure. There
Yes.
any other questions on?
No, that one, thank you.
Okay, can we move on to 5,200? Purchase of services. I will say that everything on this page is dictated by a service agreement. Except for equipment maintenance and technology and support.
Last year, I think it was last year,
Yes.
there was a purchase of, I think it was 15 grand or so for equipment for radios. My number may be wrong. But but it was different. It looked like it was purchasing the radios, and this is maintenance on the radios. And for having, again, this is a quantity of 1. I don't know how many radios you actually have. Is it 15,
So-
17?
So that line item 15, that is there for when, I mean, there's no other way. I only have this little space in there. That is for basically everything. That's to, if we have a radio that's broken, that's to replace the radio that's broken. That's to repair a base radio. That encompasses all equipment maintenance that we might have. It's not dedicated to radios. If you see it says radio, etc., it's equipment. It could be any piece of equipment, police station.
And are these radios, so, Mr. Ryan, are these radios under the same contract as other departments? Is it one contract
No.
for everybody? And
No.
wouldn't that potentially be cheaper?
No,
It's different.
because highway operates on a different frequency. We maintain fire and police and rescue are on the same frequency. When I wrote the grant in 2010 for, I think it was $450,000, that got police, fire and rescue all brand new radios, base radios. Basically what happens now is Chief Dickey will have his radios. If he needs a radio replaced, he will come to us. He'll ask us if we can replace it. A lot of times we'll replace his radio. If he needs a new base radio for the ambulance, we'll buy a new base radio. Sometimes he will do his own things because he programs his radios to the way he wants them in his department. But that's That's how he does his over there.
Because what I'm trying to find is a way of basically squeezing every dollar we can through, mutual agreements, agreements that cover multiple departments. And so that's
Liz,
what some of the questions are.
I get that.
That's
Liz,
where they're coming from.
Liz,
you know.
I've been here 30 years. If I don't understand Templeton likes to squeeze as much as they can out of anything, I think I understand that. Like,
I'm just explaining it for everybody else.
you,
It's not that Templeton likes to squeeze, we're living in our fund.
hey, I get it.
I mean, it must be
I
nice
get
to
it.
have the $10 billion in your stabilization account.
I would love that. I mean,
Okay.
You heard, they were just here.
no, and I understand. And I understand. And
They postponed that.
when everyone has come to me and it's gone from, Carter to Adam, I'm sure James on his presentation, whenever any TA has come to me and said, hey, can you make this work? And especially last year.
Yeah.
I did say it. When you have come to me and you have said, can you make this number work? What have I said? I will make it work. I can't do that again next year because it was different things. I can make certain cuts work, but I've always have tried to work with the town within my budget and provide the best service that I can. I can only do so much with what you give me. And I'm showing you the numbers that they don't lie. So.
Who would have dreamed that the economy would be in the shape it's in? Yeah,
Yeah,
so that threw a monkey wrench into the whole 9 yards.
absolutely.
That's what we have to deal with.
So on 5,200 are questions, yes.
Yeah, I got questions.
Yep.
The Action agreement, 24/5.
Yes.
That includes the tap. I'm not mistaken, which is,
So what?
it's the tap. It's like, it seems like, to me, and I was just reading through it and I don't quite understand it. But we just paid, $6,000 something for it on the last warrant. For the radios. I believe it's basically part of the contract that we pay on 3 items. We pay 6,000 for radios, we paid 8 or 6 for MDTs, and we paid something else for something else. But it has a stipulation in that you get the next radios.
I think
replaced.
Bob, I think you're getting a little confused on what this actually covers. The Axon agreement covers our tasers and covers our body cameras, and it covers our evidence software.
Mhm.
Okay, that's all Axon covers.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
nothing to do with radios.
right. Well, I'm sorry, I'm saying the wrong
Okay,
word.
yep.
Saying the wrong word.
So in this agreement,
Camera.
unlike other agreements, and I'll give you an example, Winchinen went with Motorola. Okay, they spent roughly, it was either $53,000 or $63,000 on their Motorola body cameras. Okay, they literally were handed the body cameras and handed the software, and they said, "Here you go."
Fine.
Right?
Mhm.
5 years later, Motorola said the software is no longer in use. We do not support it.
Mhm.
Well, what do I do with my cameras? Has to buy all brand new cameras, all brand new software. So when you look at this number, 24, it's a high number. However, our program, our tasers are rotated out
Mhm.
every 5, I think they're every 5 years. Our body cameras are phased out every 2.5 years. We're on the second camera now, and when the agreement ends, we get brand new cameras when it ends, and then we start a whole new cycle.
That's what I was getting to with
Yes.
the tap. That's what
Yeah.
that is. We're
Yes.
paying for the replacement cameras on the next run.
Right.
The next course. So
Yeah.
the only question that I have, and this might be for another time, but I looked and the numbers, if we're paying the numbers that we just paid, let's say that's 6,000 for 2.5 years. We're paying $15,000. And the cameras that they show on the Axion site, the upgraded, I think it's the 4
Yeah.
or whatever, is $599. So it seems to be kind of, you know, almost a wash, maybe,
It's
you know, it seems like you're paying for it anyway.
compared to the Motorola program that,
Mhm.
you know, you paid whatever we paid, that number between 50 and 60. Our number over 10 years
Mhm.
might be slightly higher because we're paying consistently where he pays twice, but he's paying 120,000 over that 10 years and we're paying maybe 125. But our product stays constant the whole time.
Okay.
Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
I get you. Thank you.
And
The only other two things I had on
Yeah.
that was just a question. The IMC TriTech software operating system.
yes,
And well, there's also the Axion agreement. Have those been both gone before capital? Because they're over,
they don't have to because they're operating budgets. That was, correct me if I'm wrong. What, James? Because they're,
Well, so the capital process started before I, got here, but,
I
mean,
was-
you
I
need-
was
you need
told-
this in your budget each year, because don't you have a contract with Axon?
yes,
For a
I was
5-year
told,
agreement, so this wouldn't go before capital. He's in a contract.
yeah, I was told because they're operating expenses that they don't go in front of capital. I mean,
And they're also.
that's how I was told. So,
yeah, well, that's all well and fine. I just
Okay.
wondered because they're over 10 grand, so.
yes, I totally understand.
Figured I'd ask the question.
Didn't slide by it. Anyway, Bob.
They're, yes.
Regarding the dollar amount for the radio maintenance, et cetera.
Yeah.
Did you go over the E911 grant, what that money can be used for, covered?
So basically, we don't generally have the town pay for, it's in their radio repairs, et cetera, only because that's just, it's equipment, okay? Generally, anything related to the dispatch center, I always try to use 911 funds to replace that, repair that, or so that the town doesn't have to pay that. It doesn't come out of this number, okay? Radios, just because it's equipment. But like I said, it could be equipment, it could be a defaulty weapon, it could be replacement of gear. I mean, don't get hung up on radios. I'm sorry that, I'll take that up next year, so it doesn't cause that much of a thing. But it's not radio specific, it's equipment,
But
okay?
if you had to replace radios are.
I do take it out of
the
911.
Okay, that's just all I wanted to
Yeah.
make clear. Because that's a chunk of money sitting over there, and I would generally think that it's aimed at communication.
Yes. We're in the process. So this, I mean, because we're talking about this right now, and Tim has talked about this before in the past, communications, and I believe Liz has talked about before in the past. We are in the process right now of, I'm gonna get off here a little bit, doing another developmental grant, very sizable one, where we're looking to upgrade the tower in Baldwinville. We're also looking to put 2 new repeaters on that are going to be digital. All right. Radio waves are going to go digital. That's where we're going. I have a brand new tri-band that just came in, that came out of 911 funds, that we are going to start test running. I can't say we're going to get the developmental grant, but that's one thing we're doing. The other thing we're doing is that there's a little bit of money over here in the cell phone account because we get a credit. We're going to use some of that credit and we're going to put it towards push to talk. Okay, so it's FirstNet push to talk. The best way I can describe that to you, if you've ever watched Chicago PD, Chicago Fire Med, the 3 series that are on like Wednesday nights, you sit there and they're like this talking on their phone. It's that technology.
It's like 2026 version of Nextel.
Yeah, kind of. I used to love my Nextel. Yeah, so it's that technology, and what that does is it attaches, this phone will attach, there'll be an attachment to it. It attaches to our radio, And then when we're in an area that our radios don't pick up, this will boost our radio frequency. We'll be able to bounce off of a cell tower through this phone, and it multiplies our output by 10%. So we're hoping that that will cover. Phillipston is testing it right now, and they went on their own and then came to us. We're gonna do it. And then Chief Dickey's gonna jump on board right after we do it. So.
So do you expect, or is the hope that for, I'll say, Southern Templeton, that the radio service will get better? Because if you're out on the farm, there's
Yes.
zero.
I'm hoping that our radio, I'm not gonna say it's gonna rectify all the problems, because we know how it is. You know, you go down Berry Road, you get down to the bottom, you can't hear anything. Even satellite goes out. But, you know, we're hoping that will pick up a lot of our dead spots.
Safety.
Sorry, I got off.
No, that's good.
Things that makes it easier for
Yeah.
people.
Anything else on 5,200? Okay, 5,400 supplies. Basically three things. Yes.
Yes. Okay, for one, again, I don't know if you can do it because you might have specialty products that you get for your supplies and so forth, such as paper, rather than just the 20-pound bond, but. You know, we suggested to James that we try and group that and purchase it under one package so that we get better pricing rather than going through different areas. The only other question I had was the $10,000 for ammunition and cartridges.
Yes.
It seems high, and I say that specifically because I know that we purchased the practice guns, I believe. And that was the purpose of them, for training
So-
and such. So I'm just wondering how we're spending all this
So
cash.
let me go back. Let me go back to post.
Mhm.
Let me go back to the MPTC. When we got the training weapons, that was because under MPTC, you had to shoot twice a year. 1 year was mandatory qualifying, or one time was mandatory qualifying, one time was department choice. Okay, that's when we started doing active shooter training up at the frontal school and at the high school. That's what those paintball system was bought for. Okay, since then, as of last year, we are now mandated to shoot twice. So double the ammunition. No longer is it department choice. We have to shoot twice. So there's an unfunded liability that we have to go out and shoot rounds twice a year. Then when it comes to tasers, tasers is 2 cartridges, mandatory. So you have to go out and fire two practice cartridges and 1 live round. So there's 3 that you're wasting, and that's mandatory to be certified.
So it's
So those
33 just gone.
Yep.
For training.
just gone for training.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious, because $10,000 is a lot of money when you're talking about, 50 cents a round for a 9mm, so.
Absolutely.
A lot of rounds, I don't hear them going off,
Yeah.
I don't see any shootouts in town.
Let's hope we don't have any
Oh,
shootouts.
I don't want any, no.
I don't want any.
No.
I have the body armor, but I don't want to test it, okay?
Right, no, appreciate that.
Do we have any other questions on 5,400? The next page is basically, oh, that's the wrong page. Do you guys have the right one, or that's, I don't have the right one?
We have
There's
57.
only been 2 items on it. It would have been the
Yep.
cruiser and the trail. I don't have it. I must have
Yep,
grabbed
cruiser-
the wrong one.
Cruises in the,
Those are capital issues. That's not really anything here.
And
Um,
went to capital.
Do we have any other question? Can I answer anything that you have? Yes.
Clarification.
Yeah.
11 officers, is that 10 officers and the chief, or is there?
10 officers and the chief.
Well, that's 11. And Mr. Fliss seems like it's pretty much just waiting on a agreement negotiation, so you'll be down
Yes.
10, and you'd be back to 2013, 14.
That is correct. Hate to see him go, but,
Well,
Tim, you had a question?
I did, chief,
Yes.
the 5,700 account, the 9,355 for the street scout radar trailer. That was the one that was destroyed when the vehicle went off the road and hit it.
Yes.
Did you ever go after that individual for the what the insurance did not pay?
We left it in the hands of the insurance company, and at the time, don't want to,
It's just kind of a head scratcher.
yeah, I don't want to put words in anybody's
No,
mouth
no,
or
no.
any actions, but somehow there was a ball drop somewhere, and we were under the impression that it was going to be fully replaced. And with everything that was going on in town hall at the time, something happened. We didn't even know where the check went.
Didn't we get the check? No?
We later found out that we got the check, but where it went, I can't tell you. So I don't know if it just went in the general fund. We don't have it. We didn't cash it. So unless it just went in the general fund and it disappeared,
that's where it would end up.
Yeah.
In the general.
so
I don't know, email me tomorrow, we'll find it.
I just have a couple of quick questions.
yes.
On the BVA, there was a line item for police vest grants that still has 17,600, 60.
I sent you an email, didn't I?
I did not.
I did. It didn't get to you?
No.
Oh, I did. I explained that. Okay.
Well, I
I-
didn't get it, so.
I'm sorry.
That's
I
okay.
did
Nope.
respond. I did respond and I sent it, and I actually had spoken to Jeff about this before in the past because he asked the same question. And this is perfect time for it.
Been lingering, so.
So we haven't done it yet because we just got the vest this year, like 3 months ago or whatever it was. However, we can put in for reimbursement. We haven't done it yet. Usually when we get the reimbursement, that money goes into that vest account, okay? There's only, like you said, 1,700 left in that
Yep.
account right now. What we do is we generally keep it there. Jeff had asked the same question. We keep that there because of in between that 5-year period, if we gotta hire somebody.
Yep.
Sergeant Fliss's replacement, where's that money coming from?
Right.
Where's that $1,700 coming from? Advisory, I might have it, I might not, but last year I wouldn't have had it with the cuts. So we keep that money in that 1,700 there for a replacement vest for new hires.
I mean, I don't know, that might be an emergency situation.
we
That,
would-
we would maybe
have the
deem,
money.
we would maybe deem that as an emergency, so you could potentially come to us
Yeah.
for that.
But that's
One.
why we keep it there.
Well, so now I know for future.
Yep.
We were just concerned that if that it had an expiration date and would get lost.
Nope, it just sits there.
Okay, and then the ARPA fund money was just recently spent and now is showing a negative of $15,073.61.
Yeah, I also, that was in my response. I don't know why you didn't get it. I remember typing it all out. I said that is beyond my scope. You would have to ask James or Amber why that number is coming in.
Originally had asked why it hadn't been spent because we were concerned that was also gonna be
And I-
lost. And then from January to February, it was spent above and beyond what was in the line items.
Yeah,
And
And we were pointed to you.
Yep,
Yeah.
I can tell you that we had four opera fund items, new cruiser, which we have, the floors done at the station, which we did, the radio upgrade, which we did, and the parking lot, which we did. They're all done and paid. By the-
and now there's money that needs to become from the sky.
Yeah. I didn't do it.
That's
It
okay.
wasn't me.
Yeah.
I spent what I was supposed to by the time frame that I was supposed to, and
That we were also concerned that it was gonna be money lost because that was a large amount of money.
Yep.
Right, we will follow up.
Yeah, because when we asked the question.
Yep.
Right, and we were told, I don't know, that's a question for the chief.
And James.
I'm not the accountant. I just. I can say I got it.
getting emails from all of us.
I got it. I spent
I'm
it.
trying to
It's
control
gone.
the emails to come from just me.
Yes.
That's what we're trying to do it all the time.
I'll be the bad guy. I don't care.
It's
Who
okay.
cares? All right.
Thank you. Chief,
Yes.
thank you for your
Thank you.
patience.
Thank you.
Thank you, have a nice
All right,
evening.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is overlay review by Mr. Graves.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Hello, members of the board. Hello, advisory committee. All right. So, I'm Justice Graves, Deputy Assessor for the Templeton Board of Assessors. What I plan on doing with the information that you've all received, it would have started the information packet would have started with an overview of exemptions and work-off abatements granted. Did you all have that? Yeah. Okay. My plan is to kind of just go through and explain, because I know I've explained this to the advisory committee, but it is important since you have 3 new board members on the select board, as well as the fact that we're introducing some things that are going to town meeting for exemptions, that you understand what the overlay account is. It is an important financial aspect of the town. And then to go over what's being proposed. I plan to do this in a pretty streamlined fashion, kind of going page by page through, some pages longer than others. If you have any questions, I don't care if you field them to me during it or at the end. But I just wanted to sort of explain what my thought process is, explain what it is, kind of answer any questions on what overlay is, then explain what the changes are and explain why the changes are the way that they are, because it may seem strange to anyone that hasn't worked with exemptions and the statutes under Chapter 59, Section 5. And then answer any questions from that. Does anyone have any issue with that? No? Okay. So I'll get started. So really what you're looking at on the first page is just an overview of exemptions and work-off abatements that have been granted over the years and the tax amounts that are taken off on total tax. This does not include what gets taken off for the Community Preservation Act exemptions that happen along with them. You can, because those are not charged against the overlay account. Overlay is, in essence, a single account that exists for the purpose of any exemptions, abatements, uncollectible taxes that are declared, and for any tax or interest that needs to be abated with regards to appellate tax board cases. So that is just something that you should all be aware of. It's a single account. The reason I mention this is because some of the information that you have doesn't go far beyond 2017, because prior to 2017, that fiscal year, overlay used to exist in multiple accounts that existed across fiscal years. So you could see a account for like 2000, and then a couple may be closed out, and then you would have some from say 2002, 2005, etc. With that, it becomes all one account that all exemptions and abatements are charged against into. The reason why overlay exists is because exemptions and abatements are granted by right to the taxpayer. And under the way that taxes are done under Chapter 59 of the general laws, it is assumed that the tax collector will collect 100% of all real estate taxes that are committed. That's not what really happens, because under right, taxpayers can challenge their assessments under the abatement process or through exemptions or other local statutes with abatements. Like a senior work-off program, they have the right to get a certain amount of total tax taken off. And the overlay account essentially makes that whole where it transfers that over into the general account to balance that out against the collector's warrant. So that what she's totally collected and what's happened for that fiscal year matches out, that any dollars that we anticipated within the budget match out. So that's why it exists, because you can't collect 100% of what happens, of what gets committed for real estate, simply because taxpayers, again by right, if they're a disabled veteran or if they're a senior that meets certain income and asset limitations, are allowed by application to get these amounts off of their taxes. So that is just something to be aware of. And there can be situations where taxes need to be abated because they are uncollectible. For example, if a tax title falls through because of the way that it's done under statute, if the statute of limitations has expired, or if we're talking about the cases of personal property you can't lien personal property the way that you can real estate. And so when businesses go out of business, you can be left with taxes from, decades ago that linger on the books that you have no mechanism to collect because those businesses no longer have real estate in town. They no longer have a business in town. They don't need a business license. And so there is no other mechanism by which to go forward if the collector has made all other necessary and proper attempts under the law. So those are things to just keep in mind. Are there any questions with just that general overview of what overlay is? No? Okay. So we'll kind of just go through. The review page talks about what was raised in each fiscal year, the abatements and exemptions that were granted in total, and then the total balance at the end of the year. The reason why you see a starting balance over what you see raised and what was granted, that net of that for fiscal year 2017, is because that is when municipal modernization took effect and all of the other prior years were closed out to the single account. So that's why you see that difference there, and then it builds up from that point. Anytime the overlay account is in your budget, but you never see it raised on town meeting floor because under the general laws, it is raised without appropriation by the Board of Assessors. You cannot use overlay for any purposes other than what I've just described previously with the definition of what you use that account for. If you see towns that go to town meeting and need to transfer, say, free cash into their overlay account, the general wisdom on that is there's usually either been an oversight or there's a serious financial issue happening in that town because you don't want to see that. It's not something that goes to town for. And because of that, it is prudent that our office and that the Board of Assessors constantly review this account because it, again, helps make the general fund whole when those are granted, but also because it is done for a very limited purpose. So as you can see throughout the years it has built, there have been conversations that have been happening with the Board of Assessors for the last 3 years, and there have been specific reviews over the last 2 fiscal years, because you'll notice that the final balance at the end of fiscal year 2025 was over $742,000. That amount is going to go up a little bit. Abatements and exemption applications finish out next week. So whatever the total amount will be for fiscal year 26 and how that will impact the total balance, we will know after next week and after our April meeting of the Board of Assessors. 700,000 plus for a town with the history that Templeton doesn't make a lot of sense. There are a wide variety of reasons why the amounts were raised, and we'll talk about it on the next page if we're talking about excess levy capacity in review. Something that you may not be aware of and something that I just want to point out is that the overlay as a financial function also, because it is raised without appropriation, at the end of a fiscal, when you start putting together your tax rate recap, the other thing that you probably aren't aware of is that what you have as your levy limit cannot physically be levied to that amount because of one thing and one thing only, the fractional division of the tax rate. You assessed valuations and what the town totally does for how much it needs to raise for real estate and personal property taxation. Often, and this happens in every city or town, when we are trying to finalize the tax rate recap, you can actually see before you level everything out that for residential and commercial, it can be totally 2 different tax rates, which we always go with a single tax rate. So you know already that you can't submit a tax rate recap like that. The state won't approve it. What you have to do is, because the total amount that you can levy and the total assessed value, because of the way that those divide out, you have to find a number that is below the maximum allowable levy in order to match out a proper tax rate. So at that point, you have to either raise your expenses or lower your expenses, because the overlay account is done by vote and decision of the Board of Assessors. What you see, and if you were to look at the tax rate recap sheet in Gateway, you would see this. There's called a recap adjust button at the bottom. It's the last thing that you do. It basically, what you're doing at that point is recursively saying, we're going to lower the overlay account, we're going to raise the overlay account in order to, if you've got an issue, because I remember when we were setting this recap of about, I'd say $11.88 and $11.86 or $11.87, and you have to make all of those match out to $11.87, you have to lower the overlay account down. And then what happens is, because you have not taxed as much as you could, you have what's called excess levy capacity. It ordinarily exists in every city or town, but any number that's under $10,000 is typically, because of that, it's really a math game because of the numerator and denominator with how much you raise in taxation divided by your assessed values. So anything under 10,000, because of the way that everything matches out, is because that realistically is you've taxed as much as you can in that fiscal year. Anything that's more than $10,000 in your excess levy capacity means that the local appropriating authority and those who made decisions on what to bring, which in our case is the select board bringing warrants to town meeting, decided not to tax to the full amount, or decided not to propose a taxation of the full amount, or you had state aid and other things come in excess of that weren't put someplace else, or that in the case of the overlay account, because it's the last thing that you can put money into at the end, weren't put into that. Templeton does have a financial management policy that discusses that any increase in state aid or in other general revenues of the town at the setting of the tax rate recap can be put into the overlay account. However, overlay is a regulated account. The prevailing financial wisdom is when you put money into it, you should never assume you're going to get that money out. And on top of it, because overlay is raised without appropriation, there are different interpretations of whether or not you should put excess revenues into it or not. That's a local political decision. That's not something that I'm here to discuss, but that's just something to keep in mind. Some people view it as leaving money on the table that you could have taken. Some of it view as an efficiency of government. There's a lot of different arguments that go into that, but it's just something I want you to keep in mind when you're looking at that excess levy capacity. Anything under the 10,000 is a product of making that work with the overlay account. Everything above and beyond that has to do with additional monies that you could have used either in general revenues or in taxation due to new growth that you didn't for whatever reason. I know a few years ago, if you're looking at fiscal year 23, there was a budget where that was a goal of the town administrator and the select board to have built-in excess levy capacity. So that's why you see that there. I bring that up more as a highlight to to descend from everything else where some of those other categories come from, or some of those other differences. In fiscal year 2025, you had way more than expected new growth that contributed to that. That excess levy capacity probably should have been over 100,000. But there were actually several deficits that were raised on the recap that year, including a water deficit and a deficit related to an old potentially escrow account. So that is just something to keep in mind. Are there any questions?
I don't know if you can answer this or not.
Okay.
You mentioned 2023. Do you know why they decided that way in 2023?
That you would have to look back at the conversations between, I think there were some explicit conversations between the town administrator and the select board, but that's why you see 300,000 that was not between general revenues and taxation that we chose not to do.
So we left 300,000 on the table.
That is one political interpretation. There are others who would say it differently. I just want to make that point, but it is something. That's one of the ways.
I'll let you know that 300,000 came about because each year, 2.5% gets added to the levy limit from the previous year. I can speak to this because I spoke to the town administrator and put it in front of the board, and we would. It's a way to build excess revenue, was build revenue up each year, so if you could manage to do that each year. Instead of adding the whole 2.5% spend, if you just added a 1%. And leave the 1.5% there. And come July 1, it disappears, but next year. You add your 2.5% to your previous levy plus your excess levy capacity. And my theory was. In a few years, with 300,000 excess levy capacity each year, you get to 1 million pretty quick, and you negate the need. For an override, for when you get a school assessment of $1 million or more, or any bill. So we voted essentially to only use, I think it was 1%. Didn't go use the whole the whole 2.5%, let it sit on the table. It would have been bigger, but we got closer to town meeting and something come up, so we had to spend a little bit of what we planned. But that's how that number got that big. And then the following year, it wasn't followed through on.
Congratulations, Mr. Bennett. Thank you.
And Mr. Bennett's correct. There are other towns that plan for it like that, other cities and towns. I think the city of Leominster is one of them that does it really specifically for that. So that's just something to.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on that? Okay. So potential liabilities, I know that advisory has seen this. I just want the select board to understand this. Anything that has not been certified into tax title yet essentially becomes a future liability. It reduces the amount of excess overlay that gets calculated. Excess overlay is anything above and beyond your expected abatements and exemptions in a year, less any anticipated ATB charges that you may get for outstanding cases. And then it's less any potential future liabilities in real estate and personal property. So up until the point where a treasurer collector does certified tax titles on those are not secured. Those potentially can be uncollectible. So I knew that this was talked about at the budget hearing, but currently, because all of those tax titles are not in tax title, all of those delinquent taxes for fiscal year 2025 have not been certified and put in the registry of deeds. That is something that can affect your total amount of liabilities that you have. So this is sort of a way to plug in that if you're going to do a line item transfer to let her do that I would highly suggest that, because that influences these numbers that we send to the DOR. I'd have to look at what number, certified amount from fiscal year 2025 that was on the recap was 239 with some change. So it's been less than that since Cheryl's collected more. But there's no need for that to be leveraged against the overlay account if it doesn't need to be, if we can get that certified. So that's just something to keep in mind, that does affect the excess overlay breakdown. Are there any questions on that? And plus you can see from this sort of the ordinary amount that happens from fiscal year to fiscal year with what needs to be certified into tax title. So, or that's held out as a future liability.
And these liabilities are just, so where you see the difference between 24 and 25, these are just for, that's what it was for 24.
That
that's
is
what it was for 25, or do they need to all be added together?
So they don't need to all be added together. This is what was reported as the total amount from the end of that fiscal year that was reported. So that 2025 number is what the total outstanding liabilities across all real estate and personal property was as of June 30th of 2025, as reported on this year's tax rate recap document.
Okay, thank you.
So if, say, Cheryl wasn't able to certify everything in tax title this year, that 239, it's less than that now, but we'll round it and say $200,000 would be for at the end of 6/30/2026, that 200 plus whatever's left over from fiscal year 2026.
Thank you.
Because that's outstanding. Yep, no problem. Are there any questions on that?
Just a quick comment through the chair. This is one of the areas where we're treading lightly because the rules and the regulations on tax title have changed and we're still in that. Nobody wants to be the acid test
Right.
or the first. And everybody's kind of watching who's gonna make the move and what's the fallout going to be. You know, nobody has committed to making these first tax title claims to see how this is gonna pan out. Somebody will have to be the first, but this is one time Templeton are the one to lead the way, I do believe.
Right. No, me and Cheryl have talked about this a lot. I mean, this is a conversation that comes up now regularly at assessors conferences because it affects us on this side of the table.
Yep.
Because what you probably don't know about tax title, and this is why uncollectible taxes are an important part of overlay, is if you have an incorrect tax taking, and I talked about that earlier, if you have a really old incorrect tax taking that you did, you may not be able to reverse that because of their statutes of limitations on that. And that means you're not going to be able to collect those funds. So now it's against the tax collector, and now you have to decide whether or not you're going to abate it or not, whether or not the collector is going to pursue it through that. The statute of limitations issue again exists within the context of what Mr. Toth has brought up and what Cheryl has brought up multiple times, that we're only in the first year of really seeing this. I believe there are some really smaller towns that have done it, but they don't carry the same risks as, say, the city of Boston or the city of Leominster or even the town of Templeton. I mean, Templeton, as everyone has said here tonight, is too big to be small and too small to be too big. In a situation like this, it could be very easy if we did it incorrectly for that to, instead of us dotting all our T's and hitting all of our marks, this could be a longer term issue, and then we can't properly reverse it when we identify it later down the line. Because tax title issues like that don't come up until the town starts to proceed with foreclosure proceedings, and then you can be outside of the statute of limitations by that point. So that's just something to keep. It's a much more legally complex issue that has multiple factors in it.
Do you know by chance what that statute of limitation is? How long?
You would have to talk to the treasurer collector because I don't venture into tax title law. I just know, I know what
There's a limit.
There's a limit. It's not infinity. You know, the town taxpayer in Massachusetts, taxpayers have an ultimate right to redeem their properties, and a lot of laws regarding this type of issue favor the taxpayer. You know, so and land court favors the taxpayer when the town doesn't do things correctly. So that's just something to keep in mind. I mean, that's the reason why the tax title rules changed in the first place, because the state legislature wanted to be even more responsive to the citizenry, because this is, you know, those statutes have been on the books for quite a while, and foreclosure issues, you know, have been coming for decades. And then you had the issue of the Supreme Court taking up Hennepin versus Tyler versus Hennepin County, and that really changed the whole game on that. With what I'm alluding to is that there was an issue with foreclosure proceeding done by a city in a completely different state. And Tyler versus Hennepin County basically says that, you know, the city or town or county or taxing jurisdiction is allowed to recuperate their taxes and fees back, but they are not entitled to that additional equity that the property owner would have had at the time of sale. So if your taxes were $2,000 and you know, taxes, fees included were $2,000 and you sold that property for $200,000, just throwing numbers out there, that taxpayer is entitled to that $198,000 back, because they would have had that at the time of sale if they had actually gone through with that. Yes, April?
Are there any educational classes in regards to this? Or are we just, I mean, how long are we in serving?
How long are we gonna, I know that, you're talking about the tax title issue. I know that the Massachusetts Treasurer Collectors Association talks about it like every conference. I know Cheryl's on top of that. They're constantly asking things within the listserv that they have on it. And they have brought up questions with Vadar, our financial software vendor, as well, just to make sure that everything's fine once we start going into that, because there were changes also to the laws on interest in the way that that gets transferred over. So
So when are we anticipating
That's gonna be a question for Cheryl. I can't answer that.
It is a somewhat moving target, but she has been keeping us appeased of how it's progressing. But it is in our best interest to
Okay.
move cautiously and lightly with it.
Are there any other questions on potential future liabilities? No. Okay, so the next 2 pages are just on excess overlay breakdowns. As I've talked about, as I've said at public meetings before in other contexts, the overlay account sits north of 700, is going to inevitably sit north of about $750,000 at the end of this fiscal year. For reasons with the way that, prior administrations communicated to, prior accounting officers and all sorts of other stuff. That's how we've gotten to this point of it being so large. But the reality is that our potential liabilities, what we have for abatements and exemptions, and any potential ATB cases just do not, which we don't have any active cases right now, just don't necessitate the need for the account to be so high. So the Board of Assessors have conducted reviews over the last 2 fiscal years. Fiscal year 2024, 85,000 was transferred out into what's called the overlay surplus account because there were over $364,000 that were calculated as excess overlay as of the meeting date that they had that year. The reason being was when we had that conversation back in 2024 was to release excess overlay, but to do it as a staggered approach over an estimate of 3 to 4 years, as opposed to just doing one lump sum out of it, because some of that excess overlay calculation factors into things that are volatile, that you could consider volatile, such as your potential future liabilities. And if there's anything that we need to deem as uncollectible, which is something me and Cheryl have been working on more over the last 2 years. So that's what happened in 24. The breakdown is there. I have documentation in my office to support why they made that decision back then, or why those numbers are the way that they are. But that's where we sat. You'll notice that in fiscal year 2025, when we ended that, unfortunately, because of our accounting situation at the end of the fiscal year, and this was something that I kept asking for information on as we approached 6:30 to see if we could do an excess amount. We knew going into the end when we did the recap sheet, if everything finally balanced out, that there would be excess overlay. That there would be excess overlay. The problem was that the accountants and the collector were so far beyond each other in terms of what was on the books, and you have to have your accountant and your collector in sync. We're talking about less outstanding real estate taxes. That was, $2 million and $284,000, where Cheryl had somewhere in the realm of around her typical, $300,000 to $400,000 when we're going into the, beginning of June, or if we're talking about the end of May for delinquent taxes on real estate. So that was a huge issue. And the overlay account doesn't have $2 million in it. So had they not been able to match up, I can believe Cheryl's numbers all I want, and the Board of Assessors can believe that all they want. But the mechanism of municipalities is that we're supposed to have financial division of powers, and then to confirm with each other what each other has on the other side of the table. So I can't just rely on what the collector's telling me. I have to rely on what my accountant's telling me and assume the worst case scenario between the two. Same thing with my office. You have to either look at what the accountant has on the books or the collector has compared to what I have and assume the worst case scenario from what's on the books. I'm not going to go over it, but the reason I make mention of it is because that's outlined in the informational guideline. Yes.
Excuse me,
Yes.
I have to leave, so the meeting is the share. Apparently, it's getting bad. If it needs to be.
You can continue.
Do I get to ride in the truck? I gotta go up South Road all the way up there.
You can continue.
All right, I'm not gonna go over the entirety of IGR number 1723. A lot of what we talked about here today kind of goes over it, but are there any questions with regards to and we are going to conduct another review of overlay during the meetings in May and June. I've already communicated that out to the accountant. And that's just going to be a standard practice moving forward until we hit a point where we've lowered our excess levy capacity to where it's appropriate. You know, a total overlay account of just around 600,000 is much more appropriate than, you know, north of 700, 800,000. It just doesn't make any sense for us. And then evaluating that every couple of years, because what you have is outstanding taxes that need to be done in tax title, and what we actually get for abatements and exemptions are going to change over time. So it's just a moving reality of taxation for real estate and personal property that we just kind of have to watch, and everything kind of touches everything else. So I'm not going to belabor the point and talk about those guidelines. You can read them on your own and enjoy it. And I'm not going to read everything in the narrative analysis for what we're bringing to town meeting. That is there more for informational purposes and sort of as a keeping it really simple for our office, so that if you delete office, you know, if you delete a fiscal year, you're still having those calculations and those justifications carry down through successive fiscal years. But what I will talk about is that there were 4 articles submitted by the Board of Assessors back on January 8th that you'll be seeing brought to town meeting this year. I'm going to go over those 4, and then I'll talk about some things that you might see in future years, but you're not necessarily seeing now. All of this is a moving target because everything is subject to what town meeting does at the end of the day. So if you go to the 5-year plan for exemptions, the part 1 impacts to overlay, the way that this table breaks out, it talks about, you know, it identifies what part statute, what exemption amounts and limits, any proposed changes. If it's just blacked out, you're not seeing any proposed changes. And then that second column from the left or from the right is the impact to overlay if the changes are adopted, and then what you're seeing are sort of the totals on the far side. What we're looking at doing for this year is it has been over a decade since any changes have been made to town meeting regarding any of the exemptions, and the law has changed in the last 10 years. There have been new additions with regards to what can be done for veterans exemptions. There are some tweaks and changes with regards to, for example, senior work-off program, or even the senior clauses in general. Mr. Toth, I know that one of the things that also changed over the last 10 years, and really it was a 2 to 3 year thing, was that towns and cities can now adopt more of a standard model for senior means tested exemption using circuit breaker funds. That's a local option that towns are allowed to do as well. It's not something that I've looked at, but I'm making a mention of it because whatever your conversations are with the representative, if there's anything I can help with that, there is standard language DOR has done. The reason why I bring that up is because there's been such a push from the veterans population and the senior population that what happened even in fiscal year 2020, but moving forward until the recent changes within the last 2 to 3 years, is that towns and cities were asking for special legislation to change everything. Special legislation to have a means tested senior exemption. Some towns are doing it differently than others because now they have special acts that allow them to do it. Some of them are finally, because the state has now that standard model, are going that way. There has been conversations for years that for the senior exemptions, you can do different things to change them, but you can't do the exact same thing with veterans. There's one big exception to that, but it carries with it the weight of one option that we didn't even look at or choose to recommend because of what its effects would be. And I can mention that when we get to the veterans, because how it affects the veterans, there's already a similar statute for that, and it would affect everybody else the exact same way. So kind of just starting off from the simplest to the most complex, one of the things that we're looking at change is to change the blind from clause 37 to clause 37A. Every single one of these, the statute is different. What you can do is completely different, and it's in a completely different way because they have changed the statute over the last 30 to 40 years, piece by piece. So the only way, sans one other option that I'll talk very briefly at the end, in order to increase the amount that legally blind persons can get for exemptions, is to essentially switch clauses to say anything that has a alphanumeric symbol after it is a local decision that the town made. So a clause 41 is what's mandated under statute. A clause 41C is in place of clause 41, but it's something that the town voted on previously. Same thing for a clause 17. A clause 17 is the standard. It's $175 for a senior, but the town adopted clause 17D, which carries with it other things the town funded. And it's not the same across the board. So you can't do the same things that you do with clause 41 with what you would do with a clause 17D, or in our case, you can't do the same things with a blind person in the standard 37 with what you can do in 37A. Although they're almost exactly the same except for how much money you can give them. Under law, it's $437.50 per blind person who qualifies. If the town were to change it to clause 37A, it would be $500 across the board. The difference between the two would be borne by the taxpayers. That is in the part 2 analysis that I'm not going to get into, but that talks about that anything that a town locally adopts, the taxpayers have to pay the difference. It is not reimbursed by the state in any single case. So certain things with clause 41C are not, once you get above and beyond certain things, you don't get a certain level of reimbursement, and the state does not reimburse you. Even if you had the basic statutes, they don't reimburse you at 100%. So for example, for a blind person, they never reimburse you at the 437 because that is just not the way that they wrote that law. It will always be $87.50 per exemption granted. Doesn't matter which clause or statute you have, it's always going to be that. So are there any questions on the blind persons? Once you make that change, we wouldn't be looking for any other special increases or changes regarding that statute. And quite frankly, there's only clause 37 and 37A. So once you go to 37A, you can't really, unless you want to reduce the amount, then you have to go back to 37, the base amount. So are there any questions on the blind? And you'll see that the total impact to overlay, if the changes were done, that is a generous $375 that might impact overlay. We have only had for the past several years 2 applicants that qualified. The most we've had in the last 5 to 6 years is 6. Unfortunately, as is the case with most of our people with disabilities, the reason why those numbers decrease is because those people are deceased. So that is just something to keep in mind when you see certain categories of numbers. We're estimating a little bit more. It's because new people are moving into town and they could qualify. There's a few people that have come in asking about this. But the reason why you see those numbers tend to fluctuate in the downward projection is because people are either moving out, but more likely than not, people are passing away and then estates have to be settled. So that's unfortunately what's happening, especially for your seniors and for your blind people. That's what's happened at least over the past couple of years. Okay. The next lowest one, and this sort of explains one thing, is our clause 17Ds. That statute allows you to either increase anything to do with seniors, unless it is a work-off program, automatically carries with it. You have to meet certain income and asset guidelines, or you just have to meet certain asset guidelines. 17Ds are the less restrictive of the 2 options we have for seniors because there is no income option. They could make north of $100,000, if they don't have that in real equity or assets, anything less than $55,000 and, 55,370, then they qualify for the exemption. It's not about how much you make, it's about how much you have in the bank. Your house does not count against you for the purposes of this, or your primary vehicles. But if you have a bunch of sports vehicles, then because we assess motor vehicle excise, I can pull that and we would know if that exceeds that. So that's just something to keep in mind as well. What you can do with Clause 17D is you can either adjust the assets or the total dollar amount by a COLA. We haven't done a COLA adjustment for those seniors in almost a decade. And a COLA adjustment of 5%, we do not have the number from the state yet. That's always set by the state, usually at the end of March or beginning of April. Would result in a total overlay impact of about $400. It would fluctuate around that point. Some years we have a little bit more people that qualify under that. Sometimes we have a little less. So because that was such a low impact on at least a 5% COLA increase, it didn't make sense not to propose that forward for this year. But it is what we're doing with that is you are allowed to go to town meeting for this. You have two options. You can either do a permanent automatic, you will always get a COLA increase every year, or you can do what the town has done and do year by year. But that is only what Clause 17D allows for that. For our seniors, these are the ones that have the most restrictions. We are pretty much at the limit for our income and asset restrictions. So what we're looking at is to increase the amount of the base exemption because what we have for our 17Ds and our 41Cs is just completely out of line with how they were originally instantiated. The $500 has been $500 since it's been $500. Whereas the Clause 17, even when you have a Clause 17D, starts at $175. The town has voted at town meetings in prior years to bring that up to the $311 that it is now, and that it's stayed for about a decade. So what we're looking at is proportional increases to the Clause 41Cs to be done every other year if the town has the financial position for it. It is potentially just under $5,000 impact or increase to overlay. But again, that's all subject to if people actually apply. And it's our most restrictive exemption that we give to people. If they don't qualify for a 41C, then we'll automatically, you're already reviewing their assets anyway, then you see if they would be under the 17D and you would give them one or the other allowed. You can't do a COLA increase like the 17Ds. That's not allowed by statute, even though they are both about seniors. Clause 17Ds also talk about surviving spouses and minor children, because minor children can't own property. It's just that they may be held in conservatorship, etc. So there are unique cases that pop up. 17D is more inclusive. 41C is just for people over the age of 70. Are there any questions on that? No? All right. The fourth article that you'll see, and it impacts fiscal year 2028, is an increase to the senior workoff program. Recent changes in the statute allow taxpayers, if that is the choice of the town, to earn up to $2,000. What we are proposing is, after a review of the area communities, to increase that on a staggered approach every other year to bring that up to $1,000. The first change is to bring that to the taxpayers, to bring it up to $750. I know from a presentation or conversation I had with the Council on Aging last week, as well, there was a conversation that also happened with your chairman at that meeting. If there is another article that is potentially being proposed to you regarding this issue, for a variety of reasons, because the way that the statute was written, but also how it was introduced to town meeting going all the way back to when we first adopted the program, there is a dollar limit that town meeting set on it for $500. Our article proposes to go back to town meeting and change that 500 to the 750. Although there is because it's a local option program and because it doesn't carry with it except a few explicit guidelines, a lot of towns and cities have different interpretations of what they can do. One of the things that's very clear under the statute is that the local executive officer, which in Templeton's case is, I know Jeff's not here, but the five of you, one voice, have that authority to set policy regarding the program. But in all the literature that I've read, there is a big silence on the dollar amount aspect. A lot of towns and cities interpret it as the select board determines what that dollar amount is, whether it's one, which would be unrealistic, or the full 2,000 allowed under the statute. Subject to any restrictions that charter or bylaws restrict on the Board of Select. I had asked the DOR about this about 2 weeks ago, and they did give me that catch-all, but they also, and I've never seen them write it like this, they've also said, well, it's our interpretation or it's our understanding that it's the select board that makes that. Keeping in mind that any opinions from the Department of Revenue that I get from them is not legally binding and it is not substitute for the opinions of town council. That just come up years ago with different court cases that that assessors have dealt with. So it's going to be up to your town council to decide whether or not the way that this is proposed is perfectly fine, whether or not it's permitted like that. It's the way that it was first introduced with the program, so our understanding was to go for the way that it had been done. But that does not mean that a different town council will interpret it differently. And I do understand that, and our office understands that, again, the chief executive officers of the town have full authority to make policy decisions on this program. So you may see whatever's being brought to town meeting that or whatever your chairman is bringing to town meeting that might have a shift on it depending on what town council opines on. So that's just something to keep in mind with that. But just to recognize your authority as the Board of Selectmen with regards to that program. So with that being said, are there any questions on that?
I
Yeah.
have one. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Please.
I have a question, Justin. I know we talked about this in the past, and at the time you had said it was, I think we were in the mid-7 range on the overlay amount.
Yeah.
And when asked, you had said around 500 would be a more ideal number. And I noticed today you said close to 6. So
Yeah, between like $500,000 and 600,000, it'll fluctuate, but somewhere in that range is more appropriate than where we're at right now.
well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is there a reason why we're going up from 500 to 750 rather than going, let's say, directly to 1,000 in this, or higher? Because we only do it for 20, if I'm not mistaken. We haven't increased that, correct?
So when we reviewed this, I looked back at the town meetings when this happened. There is no restriction on the number of people. So when I discovered that, I did a review to see if that's ever been an issue, or I would have there would have been a much more different conversation that kind of came out of that. We've never gone up to the 20 people. So I guess thank goodness that we never encroached on that issue. The reason why, and I don't know how this happened, the original article that went to town meeting does mention the 20. The actual article that passed does not include the 20-person restriction. So that to me lends me to understand that that is why that happened the way that it did, or why that interpretation or reading of it happened, because you have the original article in the minutes and then you have what actually passed on town meeting floor, because there were the wording had to change because of what was proposed on the original article. There were certain things that needed to change due to statute, and there was an update about 3 or 4 years later that needed to happen because of an issue with the minimum wage law on that. And of course, if town meeting votes for something, unless it's blatantly outside of their authority or illegal, you need to go back to town meeting to fix it usually.
See, the reason that I asked is because I know, I believe last year, we averaged like $277 per apple. So my next question was gonna be, has there been discussion with, let's say, James, to see if what we actually have for work available, or to create the positions available to allow for this money to be utilized?
So
Because I know that was one problem we had, I think, last year or the year before.
it's a continuous issue. I mean, I just sent out an email today asking for more senior work-off positions because it looks like yet again, we're not gonna have as many. I mean, it's a department by department conversation. There are some things that are just not under the law and under the informational guideline releases that are on this. This program is called a volunteer program, but for all purposes that the town should be aware of, every volunteer in this program is treated for the purposes of tort and liability as employees of the town for anything that they do. Which means that standard employment practices and procedures apply with all of them. So what may be an issue for a department, they or that supervisor doesn't feel that they can properly utilize a senior work-off person for that. And I don't know how you wouldn't see them helping, the electric linemen or the people changing out the water lines when there's an issue or when there's a break or something like that. Different departments have different needs and there's different statutes that regulate what we have to do. So for example, like I can't have them help me over the summer with exemption applications because one, some of these people are going to be applicants, and two, under state law, the only people who can see exemption applications are the Board of Assessors or the Department of Revenue if they step in and do an audit. So that's an issue. That's the same issue with regards to things that the treasurer collector does. There are some things in the accounting office. I talked briefly with the accountant because the accountant really wants to offer it to somebody. She just isn't sure how to make that happen. Applications are opening on April 6th. If jobs open up during the summer, we'll add them and we'll start trying to fill them with people who have already applied at that point. But it's an issue. We've never hit 20 jobs available, and we've never hit up until the last few years. I mean, if you go way back to when the program first started, you're probably looking at an average of 5 work jobs that happen. The fact that we're over 10 at this point it is heading in the right direction, but it's a conversation with each department. When I have more people that have applied than positions, I start calling departments to ask them if they could use a second one later on during the year because they can continue on up until I need to get them processed for the actual tax billing. But last summer I had more applicants that I did positions, and every department I talked to, either their people weren't done, so they didn't have anything open at that point, or B, they didn't need to or indicate that they wanted to take on any more additional people at that. So it's a department by department issue.
So, if I may.
Yeah.
The first thing is, the 1,000 versus, 2,000, right? If you made it 2,000, that's what, 2.5 weeks at 40 hours a week that you could actually use somebody. And it's more than just shredding something, right?
Right.
There are towns on the Cape, there's one in particular, and I can't think of which one it is, that actually the whole that senior work-off program is actually managed by the Council on Aging themselves. And they handle all of it. They actually have them doing resumes, they have them doing all sorts of stuff, like it is a temporary 2-week job, and I think there are a lot of very talented people that fall within this age range that could really contribute to the town if the department has actually looked at it that way. There are things that they could be doing, these things statutorily that they can't be doing, but there are other things that they actually could be doing. I'll give an example, like actually going around and doing an audit of all of the physical stuff we have in town. That somebody can do that. You get 2 people together, they go do that. That takes a couple of weeks. You're done. you know, and so. Yes, you know, all right, I'll get off myself. No, so what I'm thinking, basically, my perspective, and it could be completely wrong, is that folks aren't thinking about it in those kinds of terms. It's like, what activity can somebody do that's over a week or two period? Maybe it takes two people, maybe it takes three, I don't know, right? Get together and do this, right? And you keep that going. I don't know why you'd want to limit to $750. Narrow. You know, you want to make it as much as possible. Maybe you do need to limit the number to have some control over the overall budget of that stuff, right? But there's a lot of things that you could be doing, whether it is, and I'm getting funny looks from Mr. Ryan over there. You know, but there are other things they can be doing. And
Does it have to be set at minimum wage?
The maximum that you can pay per hour is the state minimum wage. So I know that there's an option, there's a local option that's in the statute. When they updated the statute, what they included one change to it, and then they just changed every place where it said 1,500 and changed it for 2,000, which means one of the local things that you can do with it obsolete, because the way that math turns out, it would only work if the state minimum wage was still at $12, which it is not. So that's one of the things. So it would be at the $15 an hour currently until that changes. The reason why we did it as a staggered approach is to move the ball forward financially for the town to get, because it's a two-way street, right? What you were talking about. The seniors have things that they want to give to the towns in terms of energy, experience in something, or special skill. And then the town wants to receive that. And in return for that, that person gets a monetary amount off of their taxes. So the way that we were looking at it was, what was the minimum wage back then? Why did we, what was the amount of hours that we were getting out of these people back then? It's in the analysis. It's dropped dramatically. It was over 60 hours that you could use a senior work-off person for back then for the 500. It is now to 33 and a third exactly for the whatchamacallit. For how many hours for the number of hours that you can do, excuse me. So that was one way. Plus, looking at all of the area towns, I don't know all of the numbers based off of all of them, but when I talked to the Gardner City Assessor, she told me that the city had decided to do it at 1,000 because it's approximately, and it'll never be perfect, but about a fourth off of a person's residential tax bill. And then when talking with Phillipston set it to what was the max back a few years ago, which was the 1,500, but they own it, and that applies to us. So differences in terms, could you just jump it up to the $1,000? That's a decision that will either be the select boards or town meetings to decide. And ultimately the approach was, when I was looking at this and working with the Board of Assessors, to make any increases on any single program to be about $5,000 or less, to keep it manageable for each year, because you're going to have, it's not that you're going to hit the $5,000 in terms of maximum change, but you don't want to run into a situation where you can't raise enough in overlay and then you're constantly draining it down, and you can never pick up on that. So that's just something that we looked at, but it's a valid point. You could just increase it to that.
If I may, just one other.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So if you increase it, right, one of the things that is in the warrant, citizens petition is for an increase in, doing a 2.5 override, right? We have a lot of elderly people in the community, fixed income, some exceptionally bright and talented individuals. And why not make it fair? Give them an opportunity to be able to, do something about their property taxes, where if they go up, to be able to support various things, whether it's town, the school, whatever combination it is, right? They're talking about increasing it by, a quarter more than what it is today. And so why not give these these fixed income folks the opportunity to be able to do this. And, you know, there are pros and cons each way. I'm just saying, I really think if we're looking at some of these other things, we need to be doing something to help those that are less fortunate or fixed income. That's all.
And I agree. There's an interesting point in what you're saying that I think it's lost on the senior work-off program. Unless the local policy authority decides that it is based off of income and assets, any eligible senior over 60 years of age is entitled and can do the program. So it is not restricted to anyone based on income or assets. I mean, your point is noted. Usually people who are looking for these types of programs are the ones who need that financial assistance. But across the board, that's not how the program works. Work-off programs are not restricted by that. Some towns and cities do. I don't know what town application you're talking about. It's actually very common for these programs to mirror their income and asset restrictions for like clause 41C as a marker point, so that you always hit those people that need that. But but under statute, you don't have to do that.
Some of the more qualified individuals would be having a difficult time going, you want me to do this for minimum wage? I don't think so.
Okay.
You know, so anyways, I'll be quiet at this point, but that's really fine.
Yeah, but
I think that if someone has most older people never made a lot of money, and yet they do struggle. And the fact that anything that they make is going to help them pay their taxes and give them a little more money for food or transportation is a plus. And it's a benefit to the town because there are so many things that we as a group have talked about trying to get done, and there's no one to do them. So everybody benefits in the end. Even if someone does have a better income, they're willing to work. So I can't see turning anybody away. Doesn't make any sense.
is that anything else we all said?
The only two things that I wanted to mention are regarding the veterans. So the veteran exemptions are the largest amounts that you have to pay out in terms of overlay for anticipated abatements and exemptions. This is a big asterisk next to it. You'll see in future years that we're suggesting potentially introducing the COLA increase. The reason why there's a big asterisk next to that I would say is because unlike where you can go to the town every year and decide up or down whether or not you're going to do that or not, there's only one thing that you can do. The townspeople either vote to have automatic increases due to the COLA every year, or they don't. And if they approve it, you can't revoke that until 3 years have passed, because that's state law on changing something like this. So what can happen is that because it's your largest category, you can see that it grows pretty substantially as you go through fiscal years, 2028 through 2031. So that's just something to keep in mind. It might not be something for next year. It might be something in the future. But based on the town's financial position, when that gets introduced, and if it gets introduced, is going to be a big conversation. That the other thing is that the only other option that was allowed under statute, and nobody was interested in doing this, is something that you can do across the board, but is not, it introduces some different caveats. The only other thing that you could do is to potentially, you can do it you can do a different percentage, but you could double the amount for veterans. However, any amount of that doubled amount cannot lower a tax bill lower than it was the year prior. So you can end up with situations where veterans receive anywhere between, if you doubled a 100% disabled veteran, $1,001.
Oh, money.
Right. So which means that neighbors who get the same exemption, depending on where they are on the assessments, when the assessments get finalized and when taxes get finalized, the tax commitment, one person could get an $800 benefit and the other person could get $425. And that's a very hard conversation to have between taxpayers on why that happened. You can already do that across the board with your seniors through to your blind, through to your veterans, but you can't do both at the same time. So that was not something that we talked about briefly, but it was not something that we pursued much larger than that because it creates an imbalance where if your house's valuation is more middle of the road and the total tax commitment is more middle of the road, or if it's been stagnant because of whatever type of house that you have, you're not going to see the full benefits of that. The only way that this benefits are the people who see the largest increases. And you don't know what that's going to be from year to year, and it will change from year to year because of how the sales operate and because of how the tax rate lands. So that is why, again, trying to tell two neighbors next to each other who have the exact same, house, but maybe one's got, one's a different exemption than the other, why one's getting a bigger discount than the other because of that doubling is just not an easy conversation to have with taxpayers. And I can see a lot thinking that that may be unfair, although ultimately, the people can decide that if that ever comes up.
Okay, and I think, this is a very dense topic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you, Justice. I appreciate it.
All right.
Go to the next part,
Madam Chair,
agenda.
I make a motion that we work past 10 o'clock.
Second.
Have any more questions? You can
Get
just-
any more conversation? So.
good job, Justice, thank you.
Yes.
How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
And I vote yes, it's been passed. To vote past 10 o'clock, thank you. So.
We do not.
No, we don't. You still staying?
Yeah.
Still going?
For a little bit, yes.
Okay. All right, so, let's see.
I can close and you guys can leave. I was gonna stay.
We have an
Staying too.
exercise coming up of the town administrator and the superintendent.
Yep, so can we get my PDF PowerPoint up on the screen?
Which one? The one you want to present or the superintendent's?
Mine first, please.
All right, one moment, please.
Very good. All right. So, I'm going to present to you, budget. Let's go to the next slide for me, please. Yeah, thank you. So a few reasons. Why are we doing this exactly? So for one thing, looking down the road, time is against us. We have to start talking about setting the budget, getting the warrant ready. So looking down the road, I realized that by doing this, it might save me some time, which I'm going to need. Also, there have been some comments by the select board and advisory that led me to believe that maybe some of you might want to see what cuts would look like in the budget. And in talking with the chair, he agreed that that was sort of the vibe that was kind of coming out of some of the meeting. Another reason for doing this would be it'll help all of you better understand the impacts of any cuts that we might propose or do to balance FY27 budget. And hopefully, the last bullet there, hopefully by doing this, the select board will be able to provide some direction so that we can begin choosing the path on where we're going to go. Next slide, please. So originally I proposed, and of course I was working with the superintendent on this, our partners on the school side. The original goal was actually $1 million, but I got to about 910,000 and I had to stop because of, as you'll see, where I was able to get to. And so I called up the superintendent and sort of said, start with 9 and present based off of that. I wasn't going to have him do more than what I was doing. So deficit's about 3.49 after some adjustments per the last meeting. Subtract all that out and you still have a deficit of 1.68. But I wanted to show you where we could kind of take from in the initial stab at it. Next slide, please. So here's your summary of all the departments. And again, this isn't a proposal. This is an exercise. I'm not saying we should do this, but the areas that you'll see that I cut are essentially the only areas where you can reasonably cut. And I use that term loosely. So there's a look at it as of 910. Next slide, please. So we're going to go through each one one by one. So police is up, and we're lucky enough that Chief Bennett happened to be presenting tonight. So I encourage him after I note this slide if he wants to add any comments. So the first line item, we had a new officer proposed. So obviously that was going to come out first if we're going to do some serious cutting. Next item is per diem shifts. Again, he has dispatch shifts worked into his budget because we have per diem dispatchers. This and those shifts are useful because it keeps those people sharp, but cutting this line item would mean less of those throughout the fiscal year. The next areas, as you can see, are basically his OT lines. And there's, as the gears start to turn, you're probably saying, well, this has substantial risk to it. Court OT, when an officer, is involved in a sort of, I don't know, it could be traffic stops, could be arrests. Someone has a court date, sometimes they're summoned. So when an officer is summoned to court, we have to pay them overtime to go there because it's almost always not on their shift. Vacation OT, if you look in your budget as you follow along, these are the bigger line items in his salary lines. Unfortunately, vacation is probably budgeted to the dollar because he essentially knows how, contractually, how many weeks of vacation officers are going to have in a year and how much overtime he'll have to fill. Cutting that line is risky, but as you can see in his budget, that's a big number. And so it's ripe for cutting if you're trying to balance. But if I had to guess, he would probably go over that line item if we cut it, which puts more pressure on other line items, which we would also be cutting. So in an ideal world, you'd have less officers needing to use sick time, and you could lean on that. But obviously, to help get close to balancing the budget, there's a cut proposed there. Comp time. I like the way the police budget is done because it breaks out all these different overtime examples or reasons for overtime so that it's more clear for anyone looking at it. They earn comp time for various reasons. So when an officer's out on comp time and he has to backfill, there's a separate line item for that. So there's a cut there. And then scheduled OT, those are often the line item. That's often the line item that is used if there is an odd, unforeseen major event in town. Let's say a stabbing at a bar. So that would be the line item that would come from. Never happened. So, and then in the purchase services, as the chief kind of went over, these are two. There's equipment maintenance and tech support. Those are kind of the only two areas where, in theory, you can take from, as he noted in some of his on some of his pages, you have service agreements that are budgeted to the dollar because it's a contract. You know what you're going to have to pay, but those two line items, you would kind of cross your fingers and hope that you don't need all of it. Hopefully, the equipment needs less tech support or breaks down less, but as you can see, these are not ideal places to cut, but that's where the money is. That is not, a service contract. And, but again, and as you'll see in fire, there's a very similar situation. If we have to balance, you're cutting from similar line items. And when you cut the bigger departments, it makes it difficult for them to operate their budget. And if they happen to go over, the smaller departments can't bail them out because they're a fraction of the size. I think those are all my comments on that one. Chief, do you have anything else to add? Or did I do such an awesome job that?
Just real quick, that if we had to cut out that officer, as I explained, there are no part-time officers. We would reduce the shift coverage in the town. I can't tell you exactly what that would entail, but it could entail eliminating the midnight shift.
Very good. Thank you, Chief. Next slide, please. Unless anyone has any questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Right now for shift coverage, if you don't mind me,
2 officers per shift. Around the clock. And I'm sorry, but I will not have one officer work by himself on a regular basis.
It is dangerous, yeah.
If I may, that's 2 officers per shift and day shift with the 2 sergeants and the.
No, there's only 1 sergeant some of the time in the SRO.
Okay, thank you.
and the SRO also does.
He also has to handle calls, the SRO, and go to court.
Oh, so
Court
your-
is-
so
he's
your
the court officer
officer
also.
Is your.
Yes.
And so in the mix for daytime staff, you're not including yourself at all in that mix?
No.
That wasn't a slight, that was
Nope.
just, I'm just asking.
Very good. Next slide, please. Fire department, you're gonna notice a trend here. I cut $5,000 from the chief's line. His contract is still being negotiated, so that was kind of a placeholder, so I figured just lop off 5 there. Per diem shifts spelt wrong, but there's so in Chief Dickey's department, the per diem shifts are, he has part-time firefighters, worked into his regular shift. Cutting that line on would essentially mean there would be less firefighters on, from time to time. Miscellaneous OT, again, big unforeseen event, big fire or something that causes, extra staff to come in. So sick coverage, comp OT, those are both, overtime line items. So again, you're chopping it. Those line items are often built off of, past experience and past years of what they've spent. And obviously, if you cut them, you're cutting, against the recommendation of the department head. So there's always potential risk there. Full-time training and call training. So, I hate to do it, but again, these are the bigger line items. These trainings are important. This is where the firefighters, for example, will take classes at the the fire academy, and specifically practice trainings that they may not do too often, water rescue or like building collapse. So these are not things that happen a lot in Templeton, thank goodness. But when they do, you obviously want people to be trained. So cutting those line items, threatens a certain amount of training a year. And there was a new firefighter in that budget, so obviously we would take that out. And so you're kind of similar to Chief Bennett's situation. By taking that firefighter out, the idea of that firefighter was that the chief right now has to go on a lot of calls during the day. I brought up the example of we met to go over his budget, a month ago, whatever it was. And he comes in, we start talking for 5 minutes and he actually had to leave and go on a call. So, he's kind of a working fire chief, less time to do admin stuff. By cutting a lot of these line items, especially those per diem shifts, you might end up having a situation where there's less firefighters on throughout the evening. He might have to respond more. He's responded from home on occasion to run the ambulance because we make money off the ambulance. So you have less firefighters on, he might have to respond more, or you might lose out on ambulance calls.
Training, isn't that built into their union contracts?
No, I don't think so. No, not training. Well, they have minimum requirements, but these line items are for like academy training. Yeah.
It's
They
not,
have to have like their firefighter 1 and firefighter 2, and they have to keep up like the continuing ed stuff. But I think these line items are for additional training, or you could be right. It could be a combination of both, but it's not necessarily contractual. It's, we need to provide them training to keep up their paramedic certification and their other stuff. So yeah, there's dangers from cutting here, but this is where the money is.
you can't cut paramedic training and EMT training. There are, requirements twice, or every 2 years for them for their certification.
I agree with you, Liz. And that's,
Yeah.
as we continue on, this is the problem you're going to see.
But I mean, if the budget
Mhm.
going from FY 26 to FY 27 goes for, and sorry, Chief Dickey, but going from 86,500 to 120,000, which is a $33,500 difference.
Mm.
I think taking $5,000 off the top just isn't sufficient.
5,000 where? Oh, you mean, Chief Dickey's line item?
Yeah.
Well, he's in contract negotiation, so the select board will have a say on that, but
But I'm saying from a budget perspective,
Uh-huh.
you're leaving $33,500 or
well,
$28,000 on the table.
but when we look around at what other police, fire chiefs make, in comparable towns,
Yeah.
he is way, way, way under. But if the select board decides that, they want to, Chief Dickey and I haven't brought a contract to the select board yet, but the select board will have a right to say yay or nay on whatever we bring them. But I have to have a placeholder in there, otherwise the contract will be unfunded. Okay, and then you have employee physicals and conference trainings. I just cut a few from there. Employee physicals can affect his budget semi-substantially because he's always trying to have enough part-time call firefighters on staff. He needs to have extra call firefighters because they don't always respond. So the more he has, the more likely he might get someone who wants to work the shifts. And each person we hire has to go through a physical. So that may affect how many he hires if we get some that leave. And then fire truck repair, just as it says, that's a pretty substantial cut. I actually have some of the percentages of what percentage that is, but if you're following along, you could see that it's a pretty good clip out of that. Your main apparatus is 2018, and then your ladder is, I think, 20 years old. So there are some maintenance costs to this. And again, you sort of run the risk of running out of money in some of these line items, or putting a vehicle offline. I was trying to find that. Yes,
Mr. Mayor has a question.
yes.
Yeah, not so much a question, but a comment.
Yeah.
When it comes to this budget.
Yep.
I just want to make the comment that, I don't know if anybody else saw, but, there's a tentative plan for Winchton to take over or try to take over the coverage for the rehab facility that's on the border that we talked about last week. And literally, I believe they plan on putting a office there or a station there to handle it, and they anticipate all the revenue. So that could be a significant revenue hit for the ambulance department.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
Let's say, right.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
They anticipate $300,000 is what was listed in the article, so.
Yeah, that'd be bad. Yeah, fire truck repair's a 50% cut, I think. All right, so any questions relating to fire? All right, next slide, please. All right, so Department of Public Services, Bob Sozik's budget doesn't have the same overtime lines that I can necessarily go after, so his was a little tricky. But these are the big areas where you can kind of hit some things. So line painting, this takes care of your main roads and the intersections leading to main roads. That would be cutting all of it, that 25,000. Tree cutting, I think that was a third. I cut off that. I have it somewhere. I forget. Anyway, there's a 25%. Unfortunately, you have the ashen elm disease. So you got a lot of trees. There's a bunch of them in Gilman Waite. Again, if there's a tree hearing or a dangerous tree that has to be cut down, you could go over that line item. It's definitely a lot of work relating to dead trees in town that has to be, kind of looked at over time. Equipment specialty vendor, they have certain pieces of equipment that can't be fixed in-house and have to go out. I think some of the examples were like their what was it, their bog, what was it called? Their backhoe, I think, things like that may have to go out to the company to fix if there's issues. Tires and repairs of vehicles, that could potentially affect a number of departments. DPW handles their vehicles, the COA, emergency manager, and the police vehicles. He spends a lot of that each year. That is tires is a 47% cut, vehicle maintenance is a 25% cut. So again, we kind of roll the dice and hope that there's less vehicle repairs. I had proposed a full-time custodian because we had the part-time one leave. Plenty of work, but so, if we're cutting deep, obviously that has to go. So that's moved back to part-time. Miscellaneous building maintenance, that's a cut of $8,000. That unfortunately, he actually has gone over that line item the last couple of years. I mean, since I've been here less than 6 months, we've had to call a plumber twice to mess with the heat here. So, some of these buildings are, require a decent amount of work, and then supplies and janitorial supplies out of the building grounds budget to just get a couple more thousand here or there. Yes.
Does that include the cuts that Bob had made to like gas and oil, diesel fuel?
Yeah,
Or
because
is that additional to
that is in addition to this.
Okay.
So, yeah, because as part of draft 3, that was, I think, in part of my memo. So that's included in your draft 3. This is, like I said, an exercise. This would be in addition to that.
Yep,
Good
thank
question.
you.
And I just squeezed information technology on there. So ideally, in this PC replacement line item, we do 7 computers a year. It takes about, I think, 6 years to replace them all, something like that. This fiscal year, we're not doing that. And that's actually a 100% cut in that line item, I believe. So we wouldn't have any PC replacements in FY27. There's a sonic wall project. It's our firewall. It's reaching end of life in October. So I can postpone that 1 year. That will have to be done next year because it won't be receiving any updates anymore. So regardless, someone's gonna have to, we're gonna have to put that in next year. And Entree additional labor. So Entree, for anyone who doesn't know, is our IT vendor. They handle all IT needs, or they're a separate company that we contract with. However, if they have to come out on site, that's a separate charge. I think it's $150 an hour. So it's usually 2, 3, 4 hours at a minimum if they have to come out on site. They were just here last week installing a computer at the Council on Aging. I believe that's a 100% cut out of there. So that budget would essentially be done to the dollar. So if I had any one of those things pop, I would either come to advisory or it would have to be made up elsewhere. Okay, next slide, please. And I sort of just crammed everyone else on this one. So if we're cutting this deep, anyone who has a revenue source is going to have to fit their department into that revenue source. So, and again, this is just an exercise for my cable friends watching, so no need to panic. But so cable would have to, in this version of this exercise, would have to cut 100,000 to kind of fit their department into their revenue that they bring in. I would assume that would mean layoffs because most of their 200,000 plus is employee salaries, but however they make that work would be on them. Parks and Rec, same thing. They would have to raise fees substantially to cover as much as they can, and even by raising fees. So in talking with Bill Gunnis about this, they would have to raise, depending on the fee, between 30 and 65%. Sponsorships also dropped, which requires even more, in the fees. They would have to drop some services like high school age basketball for kids that don't make the high school team, which would be unfortunate. And even with these fees, they would still have to lay off their admin staff and their seasonal grass cutter. So DPW would have to handle the lawns.
Be able to cut the lawns to any of our parks.
Correct.
And
DPW would have to do that.
back to the old way of Parks and Rec where they're responsible to make sure that they, that all of the, what do you call it? All of their bills are paid and everything, and that that we keep, track of all that, because that's why we have to admin, because we had issues in the past.
Yep, absolutely.
DPW would pick up their billing.
Yeah, we'd have to figure it out. Yep. Look at anything else on that.
Seeing work off for.
Development services, we had a planner grant writer proposed, so we would just cut that. Planner could have helped with economic development, which would ease over time, ease the burden on, property taxpayers, but so that would have to be gone. That money is not from the assessor's little departmental budget. That would be a cut to the their valuation request is a $20,000 article. That would have to be made up, down the line. That's just postponing that. We eventually have to pay for that. And their FY27 overlay request, which was
We'll have to
$105,000.
pay, yeah, a lot more,
Yep.
because we have to have a certain amount of money and about a certain amount of years. I believe that's what we.
Well, so they have enough in their overlay reserve account, but again, that pays for abatements and exemptions, so you can't hit that well all the time. There's a reason why they have it. But again, trying to balance, you have to go,
Just
where the money is.
Year, do you have to have the money by?
For what, revaluation?
Yeah,
On the sheet I had given, I have to have enough money to contract with vendors starting in the fall of 2028. Because then they'll start the work, because fiscal year 2030 starts on July 1st of 2029. So I have to have that money in hand appropriated by that point. I have to do a check-in 3 years about. I have to do a check-in with the DOR coming up soon, so if I'm not on the right track with my with how much I have to have on that, I will have to tell the Department of Revenue that. That we may have an issue with that. So that's just delaying an expense that in fiscal year 2030 means that all the real estate and personal property tax that you would normally be able to collect would be delayed. And then you can cut out overlay. It's not really anyone's decision but the Board of Assessors because they raise it without appropriation. However, if you don't have any room in the budget for it, there are a number of issues that can come out of it. Plus, you've just cut out a foundation of property taxation that you're gonna have to make up years down the line. The overlay account can't sustain that for year after year because that's over 100,000 that comes out. And this is the second year that you would be delaying a revaluation request, which indicates, at least from my perspective, and maybe this will change, but we're repeating the same things that we did last year. So I would expect that if we can't do 20,000 this year for the revaluation, we can't do 30 to 35 next year. And if we can't do over 100,000 to do with the overlay account to allow the assessors to raise it, then we're not going to have $100,000 to raise it the next year. So this is an ongoing, these are the structural things that I know that you guys have been pointing out other things, but I just want to leave it with that. But
Yeah,
those are
thank
two
you.
structural issues. Thank you.
It just answered the question. Thank you for that question.
Yep, exactly. So, and then the treasurer, cutting 15,000 out of, tax title taking, which obviously we need more money in that account. We bumped it up, this year because of, the costs of doing that work. It pays for, my notes. Yeah, it's about 60% decrease. We'll limit what we can do at lien properties and properties in land court. We have 20+ properties in land court that would have to be put on hold with this cut. The attorney also helps with auctions. So that's that. I think that's all I got on that slide. Next slide, please. So just a general recap. Obviously taxpayers are paying more to get less because obviously these cuts don't make people's taxes go down. They just, make them go up less. But so you're obviously paying more for less. Continuing to shrink and cut and squeeze department budgets, especially around the areas of overtime and maintenance, make it very difficult for departments to stay within budget because a lot of these things they don't control. So we, by not properly funding, we run the risk of going over, and overspending, can affect your free cash. If things have to be made up on the recap, DOR doesn't like that. It's late, so I can't think of a friendly word. If you piss off DOR more, they begin to look at you more closely, and it could affect, the speed at which you get your tax rate, settled. Obviously leaner budgets mean less for year-end transfers. So cutting, the bigger budgets, obviously that's where the money is, but, smaller budgets aren't going to be able to make up for the bigger ones. Obviously some of the things I mentioned would only be deferring items and would cost us more down the road, like the assessors or like a number of other things. And as I mentioned in the second slide or whatever, deficit's not closed with these cuts. You would still need additional cuts, and that's, if this was ugly, that is a horror show, the next phase of this. So you can go to the next slide just as questions. So you can ask me questions on that if you'd like, and the superintendent has few.
Yeah, it's really not much of a presentation, it's 3 pages.
Yeah.
And so,
Thank you for staying.
well, thank you for having us.
Thank
We've learned a lot, if nothing else. So we've learned a lot.
We won't charge you much.
Thank you. You are due. All right, so the exercise last time that we spoke, I cut $300,000. That was the 1.8 on the 2.5% increase. That was 2 weeks ago. If you remember, that's what we discussed. You probably don't remember it. It seems so long ago. So this exercise actually was actually from this perspective to really kind of draw out what could possibly happen if I have to cut $1 million. Now, remember, the school is just not that easy because what percentage I cut from Templeton, we have to cut from Phillipson. So it doesn't break down that smooth. So if I cut $900,000 roughly from Templeton, that's roughly $300,000 from give or take, right? Anne Marie, she's way back there somewhere. So it really comes back to somewhere around a $1.3 million decrease. So
we've already presented this last week. If you watched, you heard me talk about 18 staff cuts. Here's the issue with all this, is that there's no place to really cut, but the exercise was to find places to cut them, and that's what we had to do. So you're talking about 4 elementary school teachers. Well, how do you do that? Well, you basically collapse grades. So
Couple slides.
I don't have oh, can you go back one? Oh, there you go. Thank you. Oh, gosh, thank you. Anyway, I'm looking at my stuff. Basically, I would have to collapse grades. So you'd have to take how many kids you have, say in the 3rd grade. We have currently 5 teachers, and you say, okay, now you have 4. Kindergarten, you now have 4 teachers. The 1st grade, you have 3. I'm making that up, but that's what you would have to do. Average class sizes, for those who are wondering, would be somewhere between 26 and 27. Here's the problem. One of the many problems is we keep talking about these TES Baldwinville apartments, right? Departments. Well, we don't want to say a name. How am I supposed to do that? I would say the town of Templeton, what is your plan? You've heard this from me the last 3 years. What is your plan? I get a bunch more kids. You automatically get taxes from them. Excise, whatever I don't understand the tech. I'll leave it to the boss back here. Very little, but it's something. But they're coming my way. What would you like me to do? What's the plan if all of a sudden I'm up over 30 kids per class? That wouldn't be hard to do when you're already at 26, 27. Remember, 99 bedrooms, right, Bob? 99 bedrooms. That's how many people are coming at some point.
45 secondary bedrooms.
Right, exactly. So,
45.
right, okay, 45. Can you put 2 kids? I don't know about you guys, but I had a kid, I had a sibling in my bed. So the fact of the matter is that's a problem. I need to understand what the plan is for that. That is a problem, and we're gonna have to address that. For high school teachers, we've talked about, we kind of edged around there. We have 2 teachers there are 2 positions that are no longer, they're not filled. We just would not fill them. We would have to take away the Thrive program, which is again, a program. Someone says, well, how do you save us money, Cassavan? What we do is we try to take kids who are in out of district placements and bring them back if they're appropriate, because it saves money, if nothing else. But more importantly, it brings kids back into our building because they are our kids. They're your kids, Templeton and Phillipston. That is important stuff. And they get to graduate with probably kids they haven't been around, quite frankly, for a very long time. And that is important stuff beyond the money of it, of course. So when we did this, I have to say, when we broke this all down, and of course, we would be, reduction in supply lines, there'd be no new computer leases, there'd be reduction in district software, there'd be reduction in stipends, those type of things that we would, of course, just take away. The obvious question is, well, what happens if you have to do more? If you had to cut more? Extracurricular activities are the only thing that's left. That's it. Sports or band, the play, whatever. Extracurriculars would have to go anything past this amount. The number of teachers that we're subtracting, or not just teachers, staff members are becoming, not only concerning, but at dangerous levels, depending on how many kids we get year after year. I didn't want to belabor the senator and the representative. There's a lot of questions. The senator did mention held harmless and SOA. You heard that, right? Student Opportunity Act, increase the money that we receive based on those specialty populations. Yeah, if you're not held harmless, that's the problem. When you're held harmless, you don't get that extra money. So guess what? All the prices are up here. You get 4 less kids than you did the year before. Prices are still here, but I don't get any more money.
But
That's
you're
the
getting more
problem.
kids. You're getting.
But I'm getting more kids. And so that is the issue at hand. Again, they don't even want to hear from me any longer.
They're coming in April 16th.
Oh, they won't trust me. They know. They've heard this. And they sit there and go, well, we're going to check.
Email me
Right.
questions and
I'll email you questions.
Okay, perfect.
But chapter 70 is broken in a lot of different ways. And the fact is that there isn't enough votes from this area. We are too rural, and we are really on the edge of it, as you know. And if you go farther west, folks, we don't even know what's bad. Trust me. They're in deeper trouble. They're in bigger trouble, which is even harder to believe, but they are. But all I can worry about is, what's that?
No, they're not.
Oh, yes, they are.
I read
Bev,
it.
I'm going to tell you something right now. I do this for a living, and I'm telling you, they are in worse shape out there because they don't have anything to cut. And there are millions of dollars. They're going to be millions of dollars in the hole, and there's no chance. There's no chance. Literally, we talk to them a lot. I am worried about what's happening here. If we didn't have, and and you heard me if you did listen, nobody's gonna blame those poor kids or those poor people who move into those apartments for this issue, okay? That's Templeton's fault. So that's what happened. They built with no plan, okay? And these poor people are gonna move in here, and all of a sudden they're gonna be the reason why we're in trouble? I don't think so.
No.
They built them, they will come. That's this town's fault. So we gotta figure it out. But I got kids coming. If I gotta cut $1 million, okay, there's the exercise. You're not gonna have enough teachers at the elementary. And everyone knows you have more elementary kids in your district than anywhere else. They stay in the elementary and then they go and do whatever they're gonna do. Tech, private schools, whatever, school choice out for sports, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's my,
What are your average class sizes at the high school?
20, high school,
High school?
it ranges.
Well,
Well, no, you just can't do that,
No,
because if you're talking about AP science or AP, like space math, you're talking about 4 kids. If you're talking about, what do you call it,
Space.
ELA, guess what? You're talking about 25, 26. It does matter.
it does. And my point, right, is I currently do not have a student in the high school, all right? Have had 2. Third kid went to Monty Tech.
Yep.
Okay. And for especially my middle child, she was in classes where she had 3, 5, 7 students. That was it.
Sure.
Right. So
Was she bright? Was she in her was she in the AP classes?
she was in AP classes.
There you go.
So I hate to say this, but to be able to keep my opinion,
Mhm.
I'm not an educator, so, and I really don't mean to try to be telling you how to do your job, because that's not what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm not, what I'm.
Let's see. I'll have
Okay.
you first.
What I'm
Let me try.
suggesting, what
Okay.
I'm suggesting is that some of those AP classes or some of those classes where you have a student population that is significantly smaller than you have in the elementary school, that you actually keep the elementary students in place, because that's where your education is going to pay off the most for those kids. Keeping those class sizes smaller, and I hate to say it, you get rid of some of the AP classes.
But you still have, okay.
Because you
Hold on.
have options.
Hold on.
You have options. Come out.
Hold on, look, let me just make sure I got this right. We're gonna take away the type of classes that people are taking in order to go, and again, we have a young man who's in Purdue. Right, he's gonna graduate this year, great kid, I believe actually he's in the space program. I really mean, I think he literally went to NASA for his internship, that's not bad, I suppose. But he needed certain math in order to get there. We're a public school. We don't offer enough of those type of classes, quite frankly, but I understand your point, but we don't all offer multiple sections. There are things that we don't offer because we can't. Okay, I'm talking about the AP high level, right? That's your top 1%. Are you saying that we shouldn't educate them?
No, what I'm saying is what I'm saying is that there are alternatives to having the AP classes, having a child who went through multiple AP classes versus what was actually available at the Mount, right? She was much better off to have done that than the stress and the strain of the AP classes. I speak to you as a parent.
Yep.
That, we drank from the Kool-Aid the first time round on that. So, I'm just
Yeah.
putting it, I'm
No, I
not
got
saying
you.
to.
The Mount is free. The Mount is free now. So kids can dual enroll, but they're gonna have to do that on their own. Because we don't have a dual enrollment program. We do have early college, as we offer courses for free. Everyone understands that. That's a dual enrollment. Kids do that all the time. A matter of fact, if you're gonna be a dual enrollment kid, you're gonna have to school choice to Gardner. Because they work out of the Galt school. So what happens is technically they go to the Galt school, right? And they dual enrollment out of there. So they don't even go into high school. They just go to the Mount. Okay, but that takes money, right? That it's $5,000 per kid in order to get into a dual enrollment program, something like that, I think, give or take, right? So I don't know, how we would balance all that out.
I'm just saying there are options.
Sure, there are options.
Because,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
you've got these other options available to take care of those kids that would take the AP classes, right? That where if you could do something like that, right? Because
People pay their tax. They pay taxes here. No, but I'm being serious. If
Yeah.
you've got one of the smartest kids and, you know, you got a really smart kid, and you're paying taxes. And you mean to tell me that I gotta say to them, honestly, well, hit the amount. Because what we're doing is we're gonna level all these courses down into the general ed. I'm sure someone's gonna come say to me, I don't think so. You need to offer education. Remember, FAPE, free and appropriate education, that goes for everybody, least restrictive environment, that's mostly special education. I still gonna offer all those courses. I still have to offer
You have to offer, you're telling me you have to offer an AP class.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
You're a taxpayer. Oh my God.
I-
I mean, think about that. No. Do I have to offer AP? Absolutely. Because I have to offer, because I'm offering I'm offering from all the way from special education, right? All the way to the other.
Send me the regulation on that one.
There is no regulation on it. I'm telling you what we do.
No,
There's
no,
no
no,
regulation
no,
that says.
You just said you
Yeah.
have to. You
Yes.
just said you have
Yes,
to.
I do. I
So
have.
So,
There is no regulation.
it's like, so
I make the
Chris,
decision.
Chris,
No.
it's not a have to, it's a morally you want to.
Yes, it's
It's a-
not a moral I want to. The taxpayers, whom I also work for, require that of me. Yes, they do, Bev. I'm in those meetings. They're coming to us and saying, why don't you offer X? That's period. But I want to get back to this though,
Yes.
because if you don't mind, I don't have a lot of AP courses. We don't offer a whole plethora of AP courses. Trust me. We don't have that many staff in order to do that. We are generally teaching, I hate to say it, to the middle-ish, because that's where the majority of the kids are, right? We have to educate to special education. You have to. That is federal, IDEA. Okay, if you're looking for the regulation and everything else in between. So when we're looking at these cuts, whether or not you're going to save one or two teachers up at the high school or at the elementary, okay, we're talking about 18 staffing cuts. It's that simple. If that's what I have to do is cut $1 million.
Well, teachers, you already are working at 3, so technically you're only cutting 3. Did I hear that?
Yeah. This one, yeah, there is a position that is not, we're not going to fill.
2.
But the courses are still running.
The person is still running, but I would just not, yeah.
But the course, you're only cutting 3.
Programming is still running.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The 3 human beings will lose a job.
Okay, all right. That's roughly a little bit less than 10% of your educational staff.
Give or take. Yeah, I'd have to, honestly, I didn't even do the math that way, Bob, but yeah, I'd have to look at it. Yeah, give or take. Yeah. Give or take. So it is biblical, obviously, as you've heard. Could I run the district? Well, sure, the doors would open. The doors would open. I'm not sure what the quality, what we would have of that. We would do our best. I got 4, well, I don't know how many we got left here now, but there was 4 or 5 here of certainly very, very competent and excellent elementary teachers here. But we are gaining kids, as we know, with the exception of this year, which we talked about ad nauseum. But those kindergartners coming, there's 90 some odd kindergartners coming. So we're right back on track. So those are the type of things that we would have to do in order to make the budget, I guess, cut by that amount.
Thank you. Now I know.
Is it school choice? Is the high school school choice?
Yep, we have school choice. Yep.
What if
Yes.
we were to go about cutting that the school
Well,
choice?
we've talked a lot about school choice. I don't think you were here, Lisa, the day I did my presentation. We'd rather, look, we've taken a lot of school choice kids or as many as we possibly can, because we have 9 teaching positions that are in school choice revolving. I did not do that. It was done a long time ago. So we have to keep that balance up, but it
Can
doesn't
we-
really, yeah.
Can you put a limit on the school choice or?
We can just not
lower?
accept, the school committee, not me, the school committee can vote not to accept any school choice students. You can never stop school choice students out, because that's a parent's choice, right? But you can stop them from, you wouldn't allow them to school choice into your district, but we would have to take a certain amount in just to cover basically that bill, to be very candid. I've talked about it a lot.
And just clarify from Ms. Bassel,
Yeah.
the amount of school choice kids that are currently in Templeton Elementary is very minimal.
Yeah, there's only 7. I don't have it on me. Oh, message of. Sorry. Sorry. out of next year, because I graduated everybody up to get the numbers, so out of 559 students, there are only 8 school choice kids.
That's per grade though.
No, that's the total elementary, the entire elementary. Because we just don't dance. Yeah.
How many of these positions were hired using ARPA funds?
None.
No.
We may not look at, but we're smarter than we look, and we saw a lot of districts hiring a lot of people with those monies. No, we just never went there because we didn't dare.
How many grants have you guys applied for?
What would you think? Does it? I don't even know.
Do you have a dollar amount, like your remarks?
Everyone there is.
We're anticipating around $3 million in grants in this.
I don't know what the early college really breaks down to.
What is that?
Early college, what's that?
The grant?
Yeah.
Around between 70 and 80,000. It funds a portion of our early college career and internship coordinator, and it funds a small amount towards.
Title I is.
Title I, oh gosh, 220. Yeah, we're gonna have, that's gonna be cut a little bit.
Title
this year.
IV is
Title IV is 25,000 and Title II is
like
18.
18 grand.
We have the SEL grant this year,
Yep.
that is. 34, thank you. Yeah, IDEA grant is our bigger grant. Yeah, that's like 240.
Yeah, the 240 grant, which is IDEA special education, that funds, well, was in that staffing thing. It funds a lot of our special needs.
We cut title position last year.
I have a question. I have one more. I understand that there's a Prop 2.5 to fund your budget. If that were to pass, how long would that hold you over, and will we be in the same position next year?
I don't know how much I had no idea what that,
You don't know what that dollar amount is?
no, I don't. I didn't put it in, like.
Are you talking about the citizens petition?
Yeah, the citizens, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that, the way it's written isn't valid anyway.
It's not valid?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they broke it down. They did a couple of them and it's not worded properly. And ultimately, it's also the select board's, it's the select board who puts it on the ballot. So even if something passes town meeting, if the select board chooses not to put it on the ballot, there's no override.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think he's privy to that anyways, because the warrant isn't finalized and those are citizens petitions. So I don't think he's even seen it.
I don't know.
There was some conversation with the senator and that's good and representative about the busing, and I was kind of hoping you were going to chime in and say like, hey, we get like 2%, and when they were like, oh, we should be 100% funded.
Yeah, they listen, John Zlotnik,
Well, they're coming back, so I just want to know.
I'll definitely come
It
back.
might come. Well, then go back.
I'll definitely come back.
Yeah.
Comes to our meeting on.
When is there, can you remind me the date
April
again?
16th.
16?
Oh,
No, please don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to say something.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a
Right,
full committee.
lived here a long time.
Yes, you have.
Right. My friend Marsha Rod, her mother was a teacher at Templeton Center.
Okay.
Their child was so smart that he was teaching the teachers at Templeton High School. He went to Gardner High
Mhm.
so that he could go to MIT. They didn't demand that he be taught so that he could go to school. They found a way to get him there.
Sure.
Okay. Reality kind of hit me today side the head when I saw something that astonished me. It was a YouTube thing. It's called Isolated in America. 15 small towns struggling more than you think.
We were on the list, I believe.
No, shit, really not. And it was the western towns you're talking about.
Yeah.
So
They're saying.
what we look at and what we are two different things. There are a lot of people in this town that don't have money. Bob and I were talking today. How many houses are going up for foreclosure?
There was more.
And
Yeah.
how many houses are they building? I bet you the number of houses that they're building in this town might be.
Right now, it's about.
Not even? But are those houses gonna be bought up? No, the foreclosure houses won't be bought up? Eventually.
It depends. One of them.
Oh, yeah, yeah, pay for out, right.
What I'm trying to say to you is that what you want and what you reality are sometimes two different things. We have to live within our means.
I understand that, but we've
You know?
cut all 3 years, and what I would say. Okay.
What's gonna tell you?
All right, no, I got you, but.
By
Okay,
cancer.
I understand that, but what I'm gonna say right back to you is, Bev, what are you doing about it? This is your job. This is your job.
We're sitting
Figure
here
it
talking
out,
to you.
right? So I'm just saying, I'm with you. I've shown you the cuts. I cut last time. Okay, I'm on board. But someone has got to give me something.
Because we're asking.
I'm not insulted. Trust me, I've done this long enough. This place, me, insulted? Please, you haven't come close yet. But I'm just saying, I'm not insulted at all. I'm willing to help.
Well, thank you for the information.
Yeah, thank
We'll
you.
Look at it.
There
We'll
we
go
go.
through
That's
the
the reality.
I agree with you. But we gotta do something about it.
Thank you for staying
I
so
will.
late.
All right.
Thank you. And everybody else.
If I go on Saturday, if you wanna come,
Where you going?
what do
All
you
right,
think?
so
Moving on.
On Saturday.
I'm gonna elect to stop.
Okay.
Smaller things. I'll go
Got it.
back.
All right.
So I would like to go, try to go to, the town council rate and then the hometown and then go into the warrant. It's just small.
All right, you, all right, you want me to do the town council?
Yeah, but no one has any objection, and I like to go to the town council rate.
Someone take my
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so,
That with us too.
yep, so in your packet, if I can find it, my copy, there it is. Town council, is increasing their rates on us. In their defense, I guess they haven't raised rates on you since 2018. And so they've, been holding off for a while, and Tom Harrington said it's essentially his partners that have been, pushing it. So, they wanted to increase to 240. I was able to get them to knock off $5 an hour on, all these things, but we're looking at the 235 number. It went from 205 to 240. I got them to knock off $5 an hour, and I also got them to hold the price for at least the next 3 years. So, it is what it is. I suggest the board just keep on with Tom Harrington. I'm gonna tell you, I've worked with a few different law firms. He's by far the most impressive, and he's the most responsive to us.
You need any vote from us?
No, because it's exempt from procurement. I mean, if you want to, just to, make sure we're on the same page, I guess. But if you did nothing, I would just continue on with Harrington and Heap.
No. Moving on, we're going to Citizen of the Year, Hometown Hero. In our policy, it states that when we do the warrant, we're supposed to announce the nomination for Citizen of the Year, Hometown Hero. At the same time, and open it up to anybody in the town that wants to nominate anybody for this. Usually technically go through the select board office. There's a form. I think the link is still available. I don't know if it goes to you guys or not. That's at the
We get Holly's email, so we should get it.
I did reach out today to that had printed we take it off the plaque in the hallway. Proper image to check the price on it. He said it's for name, first and last name, and then the date for the recipient. It goes for $10 for one of those little engravings to do. So if we were to do 2 awards like we did, last year, the year before, we had a hometown hero and a citizen, it would cost about $20 to have the printing done. We usually do some kind of print out some kind of with a proclamation type of thing from, I think we have some of those materials in the office as well. It's like and that usually goes when we award it during the town meetings.
Okay.
Traditionally what we do. So with that said, I would like to make a motion to open the nominations for the citizen and hometown hero. Is that correct?
I'll second.
Just to clarify, that's 2 separate awards, right?
Yeah, we have 2 separate plaques in the hallway.
Okay.
So it's 2 different, you don't, sometimes you could end up with a hometown hero, which would be someone who's gone above and beyond and done a lot of things for the town, whereas a citizen could be, it can actually be like we did it to Cert got the citizen. It just it varies. Last year, was it last year or the year before, we gave it to Joy Tainter because we gave her the hero one because she did so much. And then, we gave the citizen, the town citizen to, George. That has been serving on the board for many, many years. So it's one of those things, sometimes you get two people and you're really Tory, so it gives us the ability to prize, to give two awards out. We seem to always have that problem.
I have a motion in a second.
Okay, how would you vote?
I would go yes.
You vote? Lisa?
Yes.
Sam, how would you?
Yes.
And I vote yes, so it's passed. So if you can do that, James in the office to get that notification out to the citizens to let them know that the nominations are open on the town website. That we've opened the nomination process on it. And then once they come in, I guess you contact Jeff, and you and Jeff would look at them. The patients, I don't do our board usually. Yeah. All right, so then we're gonna go to the warrant.
All right, so.
Number G.
Yeah, so you don't have to do anything on this tonight. I just wanted you to see all the warrant articles as they are at the moment. We did a very rough draft of the actual warrant, just so you can see how it's starting to shape up. And I think we have we did get new citizens petitions in today. But I think they weren't the signatures weren't certified yet, so they're not in the packet. And so I just wanted you to take a look at it so you can be familiar and once I get the warrant settled, it'll be within, I think I'm planning to have it to you finalized for April 6th. But I wanted you to get, start looking at the articles now. So you don't have to actually do anything on this tonight. I just wanted you to have it. And if you had any questions or wanted to talk about any of them now, you could.
So the citizen petitions, obviously, those are something we bring in, so it's traditionally that the select board doesn't usually comment or talk about them. We were given a couple of items to go, CPA, they traditionally vote and that usually is self-explanatory on what that board put in with that material. We do have a few other ones that were added. I have a question on the one with, the members of the board shall not serve in any other elected or appointed capacity on any other town or government, board, commission, or committee in which the town of Templeton is a member. So my question on this is, if I'm a member of like an MMA through the town, and they wanted to, any of us, they wanted to put us on one of their select, they have like a select board, board or anything like this, would this line in this way it's written, keep us from the ability to do those, to be in those?
I'm actually not sure. This was requested by the chair. So I also had that question too, and I guess it depends on his intent. And so
Just say governmental regional boards.
yeah, I guess it would depend on his intent. We might have to tweak that language. So he's not here right now to go. It's have to wait.
Find out to see, because I don't want, like, we had
Find out legally if that.
Well, I gotta understand what his intent is first. So
I
I
would
have
just
to.
like to make sure that if we ever had a select board member that was a member of the MMA and they were asked to be on one of those boards, that they didn't lose the ability to say yes because of this added option. Or, I don't know if MRPC is also an issue for us too as well. But I just want to make sure that anything, I understand the intent on when it comes to, our other boards, like being on capital or being on all those other boards in our town. double dipping on this, like, I understand that, but it's the governmental one, I just would like to have a clarification.
Yep.
Does anybody else?
What number is that?
Well,
Well, the article numbers aren't,
yeah,
That'll- yeah.
it's one of the pages they gave me that I'm looking.
Okay.
so I did give you a copy of that, but yeah, you'd have to read through it. They have in their packet, they have all the like individual warrant articles.
Meals and lots of different things. Does anybody have any questions on that one?
Oh, yeah, it was confusing.
You thought so?
Because,
too?
yeah, like
Yeah.
MRPC and,
Yeah. I
yeah,
just-
those are all mandated by that organization that we're a part of. So
Right.
It's cloudy.
Yeah, so, yeah, if we can get another look at that. I understand I think the intent was.
Yep.
Jeff's intent is so that we as select board will just serve on this and not have to, like, I guess in the years past. Select board members had to be on other boards in the town. Because we didn't have the numbers, to carry some of the various things. And so I think the intent is that we just serve on here, but I don't want it to affect our ability to be on any other governmental boards that, would be positive, right? Then we have the, obviously we have the bills that they were the extra, bills, but I got that clarified, and it's also in the fancier warrant that you sent. That the FY 25, overdue, late bills, the van pool, the DPW, the fire, the impact fire, and then the WB Mason bills, those are, but it was, I had asked. They're also in it, but when we got this little email that someone, any of you members might not have known, but that's what it was. They were the three outstanding. And then we have a conflict with, we have the assessors doing their recommendations, and then we have the version, I believe this is from Jeff, with the assessor, the senior program.
Yeah, so that'll be the board's prerogative. Under actually, Justice actually touched on it. Under the statute, it's the select board that determines the rules and procedures for the senior work-off. But when Templeton approved the senior work-off, they put it in the warrant article to approve that number of whatever was $500. And so from all the case law that Harrington and Heap could look at, it's not technically illegal to do it that way. But so in order to kind of take the authority back from the select board's hands, you'd have to go with that alternate article that's written there. Otherwise, you'd go with what the assessors are submitting.
Okay, well, like my thing is this alternate one that was written, I believe by Jeff, he crosses out the minimum wage. I think it's earned at an hourly rate. As the Board of Selectmen shall from time to time set a minimum wage of the town in compliance with the statute of law. He crossed that line.
Well, the alternate one, I don't know, I have to look at it, but the alternate one that was written by Harrington and Heap, so I'm not sure that was
Pretty
it.
sure by statute it has to be the minimum wage, and maybe Jeff was just initially trying to encompass the change in the minimum wage over time rather than setting it at 15.
Well, so he's, no, not that one. So what, I forget where I just put it, I got too many pieces of paper. But the one that Harrington Heap wrote up, what it does is it corrects the one from town meeting and basically, I don't want to say makes it broad, but it makes it state that the select board determines this stuff because that's how the statute's really supposed to be. So that's how it's written.
It's right where you put it.
I don't remember. Did I attach it to the back of this? I don't know. It's 11 o'clock. Who knows where I put it?
And then, we have crossed out of the $500 on this version, and then, like I said, the select board. I mean, the assessors had said 750. is their recommendation, when, because you need to finalize the one on the sixth, how would we, come up with that number? Like, what if we wanted a different number than everybody else?
What's the question?
On the assessors recommended 700, 750, and there's been talk about 1,000, there's talk about 200. 2,000. When do we need to have that number before we vote on the articles for the warrant? For the sixth, like, do we need
Well,
to set up a
You
number?
would,
for that?
well, the select, no, well, we have another meeting, but you could also vote that number on the sixth as well. If you want, if you decide to go with that one. But I mean, I am suggesting you go with the one that gives the authority back to the select board, which would be the alternate one that's there. I just don't know what happened to my warrant. A copy of the warrant. I got too many pieces of paper. I see someone's copy of the warrant.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Okay, all right, so on page 5, it says, you see highlighted in yellow, or depending on the select board, it's in Article 9. That's the one. Oh, no, that's, so sorry, no, it's the one before that. Yeah, okay, sorry, the one before the line that says, or depending on that first one. With the cross offset, cross off the, the 500 and then say not to exceed the maximum abatement allowable under general law, blah, blah, blah. That's the one, that would give this, authority back to the select board.
And then what will we do? We just vote on like a yearly basis?
So, no, well, kinda,
Amount was and-
the select board would set up, a set of policies and procedures to govern the senior tax work-off program.
You parked next to my vehicle, right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to double check. All right, no problem. Just straight snow off, sorry.
Okay. Oh,
And so, yeah, you'd set up a town policy for that.
for that, and, okay, I had that question.
Madam Chair, can I
Yeah.
just entertain a motion for my board to close because
Yes.
okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the advisory committee.
So moved.
1 second.
Second.
Ready to vote?
Night.
Yeah?
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does anybody else have any questions? I'm really fairly simple about.
All that, all
articles on the warrant.
All the.
Thank you for coming. Tim.
Bottom of page 7.
Thanks for having us.
Night, drive safe.
The last
It's
article,
real.
question mark, should that be for FY 2027?
Which article is that?
Ladies,
On page 7,
thank you for hanging in.
got some question marks going on.
Well, there's a question mark next to the article because the articles aren't numbered yet.
Right, but the very last one on the bottom of page 7, should that be for FY 2027? Setting the salaries of elected town officials?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it not?
No, it says FY 26. We're in FY 26 and it's coming to a close.
Oh, then yeah, that's just a
It's
typo.
just a
Yep.
housekeeping.
Yep, there's a typo. We're gonna go through it.
Yep.
It's not vital.
I had to read it 3 times. I thought I was reading it wrong.
Nope.
We have the treasurer collectors articles that she wanted.
Yep.
Yeah. Anything else, anybody else sees that? Or do you want to send anything to James? As you look at it at home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be.
Well, I will do it.
Okay. Sounds good. Alright, so that's what we'll do with the warrant. A lot of things up. What?
Ms. Vice Chair, I would like to make a motion to table our executive session until
Oh, that's not good.
We can't.
We can't do that.
I would love to so badly, but I need to see if you guys will finalize that because I need to then put the numbers in the budget.
Okay.
So.
I would love to so bad, would I love to.
All right, disregard.
So sorry.
Would you like me to make the motion for you?
We're just read this. All right, so. So we're going to enter into executive session. To discuss strategies with respect to the collective bargaining public works SOAR union. If an open meeting. Bargaining positions of the public body and the chair. So declares, and we won't be coming back after the session. So I'd like to make a motion that we enter executive session for that purpose.
Second.
How do you vote?
Yes.
How do you vote, Lisa?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
I vote yes.
And usually you also just add to that, and the chair does
And the
declare.
chair so declares.
And the chair so declares. Sorry, it's my first ever.
It's a weird nuance. God,
Right.
we'll adjourn to my office. Get going.
So just to clarify, you're not coming back for a vote, you're just coming back to adjourn the meeting?
Correct.
Yeah, you guys are all set.
All right, thank you.